some shit did happen.
And now back to Crosswinds.
Perfect timing.
Shit went down.
So I can't be the one to do it because I'll say things I'm not supposed to.
At this point, we also have like a montage of everything violent happening, culminating in us dangling over a waterfall. And this is all set to the can.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, somebody fill him
So,
in
yeah.
while Flick is showering.
We did, well, in case any of the viewers also want to do it, we interrogated the captain of the Brass Magnate, Mr. Zuzka Colt, and after we got a little bit of information out of him, but not much, we decided to kill him, and Nordo killed him. And then... well, you know, Nomad ate his brain and learned some things about the Wandering Sun, which is like the mobile base of the Salvage Savage. And then after that, we decided to go investigate the spire further. And I guess of note, I sent Kakishi to go check on the boat, or the Savage boat, I should say, and it was still there and still just kind of being like crawled on by Thrycreen, but that was it. So we went to the spire, and on the way to the spire, we stopped by with Mora and finally met him, the itsy bitsy little too cute to even be real Mike and Head fella, but he didn't know a whole lot. He told us to look out for snake drows if we went to Isomelia looking for that sunken observatory. Then we went into the spire, and we activated the security protocol to interrogate those prisoners. And it was a Wilden and 2 Illithids. And we released the Wilden first, and the Wilden was like, "Where are my friends? I came here with friends. Please let my friends out." And nobody made insight checks. And we're like, "Okay, friendly Wilden, we'll let your friends out." And we let the Illithid out, and then they immediately attacked us. So
Yeah, all three.
It was like immediate.
I mean, it was immediately after they were all released.
I mean, they had a slight conversation by that like 6 words, and then they attacked.
Something like that. But during the combat, when the Wilden was killed, an intellect devourer emerged from her brain, so she was being controlled by that, apparently. And it almost gobbled up Nordo's brain, but that's a tale for a different parallel universe. And we've killed them,
It almost
finally.
ate mine, too.
It ate almost a lot of brains, actually. After that, we explored the rest of the spire, and we found an engineering bay which had some stones and inert drones and such in it, and also a clockwork heart, just like the one we found before. And we gathered that up. Specifically, Gale gathered that up. And then we went down to the floor below that and found the reactor room, which was an insanely large prismatic stillstone, like a huge prismatic stillstone. And while Nordo and a few others were dicking around in that room, Nordo accidentally activated a drone, which saw Nomad and was like, "Uh-oh, aberration." And the spire went into lockdown and was like, "There's been an aberration spotted in the reactor room. Commencing self-destruct sequence." And we tried to get out of there, but it was locked, and we were freaking out, trying to figure out what to do. And then Gale used a Game Boy to hack into the mainframe. Specifically, he spliced the prismatic stillstone to the clockwork heart and then to Toto. And Toto began to like levitate and glow white and spoke to Gale and said that he could control the spire in one of 2 ways, which was to either just turn off all power or to speed up the protocol. And Gale said, "Turn off all power." And then Toto did and turned off all the power, and the reactor like didn't explode, but all the color like left the stillstone and the clockwork heart exploded. Toto's fine. But upon that happening, the spire like collapsed and tumbled down into the river and started being carried rapidly downstream as the river became like rapids as we get further away from Finest. And we spent some time trying to break out / keep the spire from falling apart / just not die in the toppled over spire, which was relatively successful, but we never broke out. Or at least didn't until the very end of the episode, which was when we smashed into some big giant boulders at the top of a waterfall that sort of like broke the top off the spire. And that's where we are.
And that's exactly where we left off. And as you guys kind of come to, and you're looking around, you can see that you are indeed dangling precariously, kind of at the top of this waterfall that's probably, I don't know, maybe a good 70-foot drop. down into this little basin that then feeds out into a bigger lake that you can see beyond. But as you look around your immediate surroundings, uh, there are a couple of very large, leathery dinosaurs that appear to just be kind of bathing and chilling in the lake. They are brontosauruses, not geese, I swear to God, but I don't have a good brontosaurus token.
I can kind of see it. It looks like a brontosaurus, like eating a leaf. If it's
Yeah.
like kind of facing the camera, sort
Yeah,
of.
I mean they've got big necks, and honestly, that's all I was looking for is something with a big neck. But then there's a little bit of a campsite. It looks farther down, but it's hard to make out details from way up here. You can see some little dinos that are sniffing around that area. You can see some turtle gators that are kind of just chilling on the beach there, and a pretty big enemy crab that's this bright pink color. Um, and yeah, what would you guys like to do?
Who got inspiration today?
Inspiration today was Nomad and Gale.
Not Toto?
Gale and Toto, they're a kindred soul.
I give it to Toto.
Okay, Toto has inspiration.
So we're dangling. I would like to retrieve one of the Mind Flayer bodies because it's very hard to find tailored outfits that fit me,
Sure.
and they seem to be just my size. We all have the same size, to be
They're
fair.
very fashionable too.
I mean, like, okay, so mind flayers aren't all cookie cutter identical to one another. Like, one of them is a couple inches taller than you, and one of them's a little chubby. But they fit. They're a good fit, and they are actually like made for mind flayers. You can tell the proportions are right. They're properly tailored. It's kind of this. It's this very thin, sleek, silk-like black material that has this kind of almost like a gambeson studded pattern. But it's very warm for how thin it is and how sleek it is. And it also
miss
just
this
wicks away
material.
moisture. Like all of the water that leaked in as you guys were kind of taking this tumble down the rivers, just rolls right off of it.
What do they call this material? Lycra?
No, it's not like that. You stop that right now. I don't know. You can give me the tailor's or just a general it check, I guess.
General Lin check it is. Just it's material from the Underdark. Or it's different. They are from like 2,400 years ago or something. Right? I'm not imagining that, am I?
Who knows, man?
No, this is general information that the computer mentioned.
The computer mentioned that the last time the Commodore had visited was 2,418 years ago. Yeah, you are. I don't know. It kind of feels like silk, but it's a little bit too warm, and the fact that it wicks away moisture is weird. You're not really familiar with whatever this material is. It's something a little alien to you.
This is a strange material. I like it though. We need to strip and take this material. But also I need one of their heads.
Hey, Feck, what was I doing the entire time all this stuff happened?
So you
Oh, poop.
you were helping
Caca.
Gale. You were helping Gale translate. You were also very sick the entire time. You had some rot gut. But you were with the party the whole time. You kind of just took a backseat during the fighting. You helped Gale translate some of the Undercommon. You helped speak for Nomad once the telepathy was enabled again. But you've been here for all of this. But it's all very hazy to you. It was kind of a blur. Moat.
I think that's from last session, maybe? That's not real.
Cool. Ace.
Mine was the inspiration thing.
Nordo.
Okay. I would like to just like try to get to some dry ground, not necessarily crossing the river yet, but just like maybe even climbing up this spire that my token is on if I can.
Yeah, so there's
So we're
this big rock that seems to have caught most of it and torn a big part of it. And actually, as you kind of peek out into the sun and look up, you can see that there was another drop that goes about 30 feet up that most of the tower is still kind of draped over. So it looks like it fell over that first bit, landed on the spire, pierced and punctured it, and kind of, caught it in place.
Gotcha,
With that said, you're pretty athletic. For you, it's not a big deal. You're also comfortable with, like, wet environments and slippery rock. It's dangerous. You don't want to be here for a long time, and the water is obviously flowing really fast all around you, but you can at least take a quick look around.
Okay, cool. That is basically what I'd like to do, is get to a high vantage point and take a quick look around, see if I see anything that resembles a structure, a man-made structure.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Looking around, because there is another waterfall that goes up about 30 feet behind you, you can't really see over that lip. You're not sure how long you traveled, but you're pretty good at survival and wisdom. It can't be super, super far, probably a few miles at the most.
Okay.
But you do see down below, through all of the mist of this waterfall, there is a tent. It looks like there's an old a campsite of some sort. You do see that there is some fish strung up on it. The fire's not actively going. You don't see anybody down there other than a couple of dinos.
Okay.
But you do see that there's some sort of a little, a campsite down there.
I would like to try to just make my way over to here. Whatever checks required to either swim, climb, etc. to get over
Yeah.
there.
Okay, so as you're taking a look, you think that if you were to kind of slide as far north as you can along this slick metal surface, and then do a mad swim, you might be able to beat the current and get to the shore before the waterfall catches you. With that said, that's because you're very athletic, and you don't think that a lot of people are going to be able to do that, but you could give it a shot. You feel like it's something you could manage.
I think I will attempt that because I'm a little bit worried about being on the spire a lot longer.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an athletics check. You don't have a swim speed, do you?
I do not.
All right, go ahead and give me an athletics check. Okay. So you kind of brace yourself, and you take this kind of standing leap as far north as you can, and you land on the side of the spire and kind of do a slippy slide down. When the water catches you, it's a lot stronger than you were expecting it to be. And the water catches you and pulls you south really fast and basically pins you against this little rock right here.
Okay. So how far is it from me to the shore? 10 feet?
Yeah, probably a good 7 or 8 feet.
All right.
The issue is, you can move around, you can push yourself off, you can try to climb up a little bit, but you are being pinned by this fast rushing water.
Okay,
You definitely don't think you can just swim it.
Yeah, I want to try to just climb on top of this rock, and once I get on top of it, try to just leap the rest of the distance.
Okay, go ahead and give me another athletics check. Oh boy.
Squirrely.
This is real squirrely. Let me go check the jump thing. I forget what a standing jump is.
I say I do have a standing jump of 18 feet, I think. Or no, not standing.
Oh my god, surely not standing.
Yeah, that's my running is 18 feet. I don't know what standing is.
Without a run, your long jump is 8 feet horizontally. Okay, alright. It's real close. It's real squirrely. You feel yourself starting to get caught. But you manage to grip and find some roots that hold just long enough to pull yourself to shore. It's real squirrely. That was close.
As I get up, almost having decided to just go into shell defense, but taking one last effort to pull myself up, I just turn around to everyone on the spire and say, I'd recommend not trying that, folks. Maybe a different plan. And then I would like to just sit down right there on the bank, seeing all these dinosaurs and creatures down there, and begin my ritual, casting Speak with Animals.
All right, sounds good. What's everyone else up to? Moat.
All right. I take the rope that I have with me and tie it around my waist, and then I mage hand it, the other end, over to Nordo if I can reach that far.
Yeah, it's 30 feet. I think you've got just enough reach on that.
Cool. And then I don't know, he's casting a ritual, so I just yell out, "Hey, hold on to this! I'm gonna go for it."
I will take a moment to break my ritual, and I'll start it back over afterwards, assuming I can hear him talking to me.
Yeah, it's loud, but you guys can yell and kind of motion to each other. 30 feet is just enough to bridge this gap, so you can do it, but you're right at the edge.
Well, how long
Okay,
is the rope?
is it possible to wrap it around this rock and then hand the rest of it over to Nordo?
Oh, that's right. The rope
So it's
itself
got,
is 50.
Yes, if you hand me the end of the rope, I can walk it to one of these trees and tie it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, with 50 feet,
I also, if it matters, I have 50 feet of my own rope. I don't know if I can like splice them, but
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Okay. Yeah. Give me
and a magical fishing rope.
Actually, thinking about this, we should probably have you and me hold both ends of this and let everybody else just pull themselves across on the rope.
I mean, I'm pretty strong, but I think this tree's stronger than me if we can just tie it on there.
That's true.
Yeah. So with 2 rope, if you were to somehow like fashion them or lash them together, it would be enough. 50 like just barely reaches, but 100 would give you enough slack to like comfortably wrap it around the tree, maybe secure it around this rock a few times, maybe even secure it around this rock. And set up a little bit of a bridge that you can, not really a bridge, but a rope that you can use to pull yourselves across.
I will attempt to do that using my 50 feet of rope, my fishing tackle, and my magical fishing pole, if any of that helps.
Excellent.
I also have rope too, so we have plenty of rope.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to help with this rope tying endeavor?
I could tie ropes.
This water and rope
Boss,
tying related.
Is this like you trying to secretly psychic connect with me?
this is gonna
Yeah,
depend,
Flick, the person who's a
fly
sailor,
over.
should tie the notes. Tie the knot.
What was Vasa saying?
Yeah, what was that, Mouse?
Leslie's breaking it.
Voss is just gonna kind of like fly over the water where they're all tying this rope off and stuff. Kind of look at it and like, oh yeah, real good job with this, guys. It looks great. I'm sure it'll hold up. Anybody just want to lift across? Who can I actually pick up and fly with?
Definitely Gale and Ace.
And
Yeah, I'll fly over the little people at least.
Little people.
So I suspect like Moat, Flick, and Nomad and Toto are probably gonna have to hoof it, but the little guys.
Yeah, Elise is also in full plate.
Yeah, Nomad's like a real gangly though. I could probably pick him
Yeah,
up.
what's
right?
your carrying capacity? It's probably pretty decent.
Carrying max is 180.
Okay, while he's doing that, let me get sleight of hand with int from Flick, and you have advantage because lots of people in the party are helping.
So it's sleight of hand with int?
Yeah, which for some reason is what 5e uses for rope tying. I don't know if I agree with that.
I could do
I
that
agree with that.
if you want. Got +5.
I would also let you just give me a sailing kit check, because,
Oh, that works.
With int still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with int. Plenty.
15.
All of you have applicable skills here. Nordo's got some fishing stuff. You've got your sailing stuff. You're able to fly it back and forth with Vasu. It's a team effort. Oh no, it definitely wouldn't be Dex for sure. I just don't know if I know. Like maybe Wiz. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's not important. You guys are able to successfully set up kind of a guide bridge that you can use to pull yourselves across. It's very sturdy. Elise looks very nervous the entire time. You can see her claws dig in really, really deep when it's her turn to kind of like shoulder this rope and pull herself across, but she does eventually do it. Vasu is able to kind of fly some of the smaller people over, and eventually you all make it to one side or the other. And it looks like you guys are going east.
Do I get my Mind Flayer clothes?
Yes, you're able to get their clothes easy enough, and you're also able to get one of their heads easy enough. It looks like it got a little bit, banged up by being ragdolled around inside of the laundry machine for a while. But, it's suitable. The brains are still in there.
Okay,
Can I have the other one?
Sure, I guess.
Thank you.
You want the other one? Like
Just the tentacles
other?
mostly.
Okay.
No, I don't want the brain. You can have it.
Oh no, I just want the brain.
Moat and Vasu, you guys have anything else, or was that all covered by getting
Nope,
across?
that was it.
Yep, that's it.
Cool.
Did that process take about 10 minutes?
It did. By the time you guys get everybody across, your ritual goes off. And you are immediately almost overwhelmed by just, it's the same volume as all of these birds squawking and bugs buzzing and everything that was already going on. But it's now all intelligible to you. And, it's 80% like, there's a predator over here, or let's fuck, as animals tend to do all day long, especially in the jungle. But you do notice that there are a couple of, just like brightly colored birds sitting in a branch, that are watching all of this going on. And I was like, I told you they'd make it. No, 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 no. They're dead. They're definitely dead. They're totally dead. They don't know what they're doing. Look at that one. Look at that one. That one's got. He's like walking around in like shiny metals. He can't hide in that. He's a dead man. No, no, no. Trust me. Trust me. I've seen guys like this before. They're gonna do it. They're good.
What's gonna kill us, friend?
Oh fuck! Oh shit! He speaks. Oh, everything.
Sorry to startle you.
No, no, no. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know. Guy like you. You look kind of like them. Probably gonna be all the Quippers.
The Quippers.
Yeah,
Have I heard of a Quipper?
definitely.
Probably not the best idea to go down there in the water. Then I take it.
I mean, it just depends if the Quippers are there. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. I don't think they're there right now because the Bracks are there. You know, when the Bracks are there, they kind of scatter because, you know, they don't want to get stopped, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Can't say as I want to get stomped either. You all mind if I ask you a question about this place?
Sure, I guess we're not doing anything.
A couple questions, if you don't mind. Actually, that campsite down there, has that been there a while? Is that recent?
It kind of comes and goes sometimes. They spend most of the time in the waterfall. But sometimes they come out during the day to just like kind of fish, eat Quippers.
And who is it that uses that space?
I don't know. They look like big Quippers, but they walk like you guys.
I see. A lot of them around here.
At least around like the waterfall.
Much obliged for the information. My friends and I are looking for a place made by either them or some other sort of man-made sort of place. Sunken observatory, maybe an underwater structure.
Oh.
You know anything like that?
No, that's a lot of big words I didn't understand. But there's a place that they don't. There's yeah, I kind of get it. Like, fake. Kind of like that thing that you just showed up in. What is that, by the way?
Oh, it's just a big fake thing. But yeah, it would look something like that. But maybe under the water, possibly.
Maybe. There's shiny things like that, except it's more like it's like the sun colored instead of the sky colored like that. I don't know, but the sun colored shiny things. There's two of them, and they're shaped like you people. I don't know. It's over in the lake. You can kind of, if you squint really hard, you can see it over there. And you see these two birds. They both kind of like bob their heads in a weird direction and look out to this big lake that all of this eventually flows into, maybe about 400, 500 feet downriver. And you can see just barely that there is kind of a glint of two little metal statues that seem to be just kind of standing on the surface of the water over there.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know, 100 feet off the shore.
I look up at these two birds after seeing that were just bickering with each other, and I say, which one of you two is faster?
Oh my god, me. No, me. And they both
Well,
start
hold
arguing.
on. Let me give you a chance to prove it. If you guys wait here about 10 more minutes, and I'll let you all race to that structure you just pointed me towards. Race back here afterwards, and whichever one of you wins, I'll give you some seed.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, okay.
I mean, if you don't want the prize, maybe just the prize of a job well done and
Right.
proving who's faster.
This isn't a trap, is it?
No, not a trap, friends. I've been told everything around's here a trap, so I know better than to be trying to do that myself.
Alright, okay. Alright, we'll do it.
All right, I do need to take 10 minutes to cast Beast Sense and put it on one of the two of them if they let me. They have to be willing.
Yeah, they're down for it. They don't really understand what's going on, but they're compliant.
Okay, and then once that's done, I say, ready, go.
Alright, and they both take off in that direction. While they're flying over, what's up, Ace?
I use my primeval awareness to sense if there's any humanoids nearby.
Okay, that is 5 mile radius. The first thing that you get is a big old cluster about 3.5 miles north of you, which is reminiscent of what you saw when you were approaching Finest. You do get little pockets, just little dots of maybe a dozen here, 5 or 6 there, 4 over there. Anywhere, there's probably like 8 or 9 of those little groups that are just spread out in all directions around you. However, as you ping a couple times, just to see if there's anything close enough that you can like detect, like by moving 10 feet that they've moved a bunch on your little radar, there is a pack of about 9 humanoids. And it seems like they're really close. Like when you do 2 pings back to back, they have moved a lot based on you moving like 20 feet in a different direction. And it kind of feels like they're like really close, like in the waterfall or behind the waterfall, something like that.
Hey everyone, I don't think we're alone. I'm gonna like creep over here and kind of start like see if I can see through the waterfall a little bit.
Sure. Give me a stealth check and a perception check.
We are never alone, brother bird.
And for what it's worth, I did describe what the birds told me as I cast my beast sense.
Jesus, guys.
You kind of just carefully push your way around, and you're trying to be stealthy, but like there are eyes everywhere. There's snakes dangling from the trees. There's giant butterflies and moths that seem to jump from branch to branch. You even notice at one point that there is this little pack of tall grass, and as you approach it, it violently shuffles real quick. A couple of these beady little like radish things pop out of the ground with these tiny squinty black eyes, run about 20 feet away from you over towards the edge of the cliff face, and then burrow back under the ground. You might be hiding from some things, but there are a lot of things that are watching all of this happening. But you eventually get kind of like a good horizontal view of this waterfall, and you try to peek in as best as you can, but there's just so much mist and water. You can tell that like the rock there's like a gap. There's like a few feet gap behind the waterfall, where something could potentially form either a cave or something could be behind it. But you don't really get a good look at whatever it is behind it.
Does it look like any of the ledges go behind the waterfall?
Nothing easily accessible from where you're at right now. It looks like it's kind of just a sheer rock drop that goes down to the lake.
Cool.
Nordo, as you are kind of watching, this is about the time that the birds show up over there. And you do see that they start to do circles around these golden statues. And as they get closer, you can see it's actually, the map doesn't show it as accurately as I would like, but it is about an inch submerged under this kind of swampy lake water. You can make out a stone circle. I guess I should reveal some things on the map.
What's this black stuff? Oh.
So there's a film that just barely submerges most of this. It looks like there was a stone walkway that kind of goes out to some sort of a circular stone platform that is now just barely covered by water. And you can see that standing, poking out from that water, are these 2 humanoid statues, about 9 feet tall each. They both look tiefling. They've got kind of pointed ears. And in front of them, there is some sort of a structure that seems to have a lot of just orbs suspended in different places on these concentric rings. It looks like there are broken pillars. You kind of get the impression that this used to be an enclosed building of some sort, but everything is gone but the foundation, basically, and these statues. And
Is them gold?
as it flies by, it kind of looks like gold, but it's a little bit like too dull, like maybe copper, but it hasn't really patinaed. So like, I don't know, either some sort of very durable copper or brass or something along those lines. Hard to say for sure.
Dark gold.
Do I see, looking as much as I can, looking through their senses, do I see a snake trap?
Give me a perception check with a with advantage with a +3. 17. You see lots of wildlife. You do see just some mundane little snakes. You see a couple more turtle gators. You do see some schools of fish. You can actually see there's a bunch of rather large frogs that are kind of chilling on the sides of this lake. You don't see anything that big, though, and you don't see anything that resembles like a snake gra.
Okay. I just basically wait for them to start flying back, and then I'll just drop that and start recasting Speak with Animals, because I have to do that again.
Yep. They do immediately like come right back to you. They wait at the branch, but they're kind of squawking loudly and aggressively towards you. You don't understand them at first, but they seem impatient.
Yeah, as soon as they get back, I start giving them some bird seed that I have for Kakishi.
Yeah, they're real timid about it at first, and like one keeps watch while the other comes down and grabs some. But then they trade off, and eventually, when you're able to get your speak with animals back, they're arguing about who won and having a disagreement about who's the faster flyer.
You both did a fine job, and seems like you're fast enough to avoid anything dangerous around here. Anything in particular we should know about if we head over that direction, me and my friend?
Oh, I don't know. We go over there sometimes, and it seems all right, but the walking quippers, they don't like it. They seem scared of it.
Well, good to know then. I'll be cautious. Thank you again for all your assistance today. Sorry for barging in on your nice afternoon.
Oh, it's fine. That looks like it might be a good like nest. Actually, we'll probably take a look at that and turn it into our new home.
Help yourselves. When you go in there, you might find some small, shiny rocks. Just be careful with those. Don't move them around much. They're traps.
Understood.
Tell them the traps.
So I convey everything that I saw / they told me. I'm going to start just slowly making my way down, kind of the way Moat's going also. Still with my speak up.
You guys are able to make your way down just fine. You do notice as you approach, these dinos kind of get spooked when they start to hear noises approaching, and they both just start to kind of scatter off.
Okay.
One of them stops for a moment and thinks about, menacing that goose, but he thinks better of it.
Start hissing.
I'll shout over at the goose and just say, that was impressive, little friend. You scared off some dinosaurs just now, I think.
Hey, fuck you, buddy.
You fuck you.
Fuck you.
Hey, fuck you too,
Fuck
pal.
you.
I hate being able to talk to geese.
It's the worst thing I can imagine.
Pretty bad.
God, I hate geese. Do you think we can just squash it? Now, be nice. They're necessary for the ecosystem.
These guys are great.
I say to Ace and Orcish, what's the common word for ecosystem?
Ecosystem.
Thank you. Hey, friend, sorry to interrupt your bath. Pleasant day.
Hello, tiny thing. You speak? That is strange.
It is pretty strange, isn't it? This place is pretty strange as well. I've been told there are fish people about, and just had a look down the stream and saw some gold statues. What can you tell me about this place?
It is a nice, safe, quiet place. There are fish people. They hide in there, and one of them kind of motions his big neck over towards the waterfall. They're probably watching, but they don't like the sun, and they won't bother you because you look stronger than them.
Well, that's good to know. Well, I mean, my friends won't bother you either. You look a lot stronger than us. You have a strange question, perhaps. I heard someone else, a friend, told me about a many-headed snake monster around here. You know anything about that?
That is farther that way. And he looks way, way up to the waterfall that you guys just fell down. We try not to mess with it. He's a cantankerous fellow.
I look at Ace and ask for the Orcish word for cantankerous. Well, I guess I understand what they're saying.
Yeah,
They're also not speaking common.
I was going to say,
Right.
like, you're kind of getting the gist of all this, but they're not technically speaking common.
Right, I forgot they're not really speaking common.
Very intelligent brontosaurus.
Very.
They're very smart.
Smarter than Nordo, probably. Well, we won't trouble you much longer. We're just going to have a quick look around, but If y'all see anything coming, would you do us a favor? Let us know. We can't see up quite as high as you can.
We can try, but everything here could potentially be a threat to you. If anything big comes, we'll make some noise.
I'd be much obliged.
Does it seem like Nordo is making the Brontosaurus
Oh, yeah.
sounds?
Oh, 100%. There are just these, like, deep, guttural, like, whale noises, and it's really odd how he's able to produce them. There's definitely some obvious magic involved. But, yeah, he sounds like one of them. Some of the turtle gators kind of look over and seem confused by this rather large and loud noise coming from a pretty small turtle.
Are the turtle gators beasts, or are they like monstrosities of some sort? Do they speak?
So I kind of feel like the beast monstrosity distinction is stupid, so yes. They are
Okay.
beasts.
Fun. I don't say much to them. I just give the biggest one a nod and just say, we won't be long. Don't mind us.
That one's weird.
Turtle gators.
Turtle gators. I love them.
For what it's worth, Gale is absolutely disrupting the ecosystem currently.
What's Gale up to?
Gale has just survived a crash in a jungle, so he's in survival mode. He's currently chopping down some trees and stuff, trying to build like a basic survival shack, getting a fire going.
Hey, Gale, there's a tent and a camp already down here.
I'd be careful with that. I think it's a trap.
Give me a survival check just for shits and gigs. I'm curious to see how Gale does on the surface.
Oh, not great.
Perfect.
Spoiler alert.
That's okay, actually.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
For a 0, that's pretty good.
yeah. Like you avoid the tree that has the brightly colored snakes in it. You know what you're doing. You're not stupid. You're starting to just kind of very carefully check for some like dry kindling that you can use to start a fire. You know what you're doing.
It's an impressive lean-to, little dragon, but I don't know if we'll be staying around long enough for you to need it.
Well, unless somebody has an easy way back up that cliff.
Oh,
we
I
could
do.
Be here a while. Well, lucky you. Sorry.
Aw.
I think I cut out there. I missed everything.
Fosu was saying that he does have an easy way up.
I guess you kind of meant like for everybody, now that I'm thinking about it.
What did you learn, Nordo?
Well, there's the place I told you about further downstream. Looks like might be our quarry, the sunken observatory. Circle building with some golden or maybe brass statues on top. Looks like it goes underwater. There are fish people apparently that hide behind the waterfall.
I sensed them earlier.
Said they don't like the sunlight and they won't bother us because we'll outnumber them and we're stronger than them. But apparently they don't like the building further downstream, the sunken observatory, if that's what it is. They stay away from it. Seem scared of it, I suppose. The snake drug that Mora warned us about apparently is further upstream, so we must have missed that with our little cruise.
All right, I guess we make our way towards the observatory then.
Sounds
Well,
like it.
I think I agree, but just to offer another option, if the fish people are scared of it, perhaps it's for a reason, and it might be worthwhile to talk to them, see if they can tell us what they know about it. Although I'd hate to commit any violence against them, they haven't troubled us, but if they were just willing to talk.
I could try talking to them. They hate the sun, so we'd have common ground at least.
Suppose it
Well,
couldn't hurt.
Apparently they reside behind that waterfall over there. I know you're not too keen on water, but
We'll have to find a way to get back there. I sensed them earlier, but I couldn't see a way to get back there.
I was about to say, do I see like a cave behind all this somewhere?
Give me a perception check. It's real hard to tell, and Ace wasn't really able to see it very well either. But you have very good eyesight, and you've grown up in sort of a coastal environment. You can see that there is a place where the water is kind of spewing out at a weird angle about 20 feet from the bottom of this waterfall. That kind of suggests that there's a rocky overhang, which probably has some sort of a cave under it. You can't really see into it, but you get the idea that there might be one back there.
Okay. And then do I see, I know they told me there probably weren't quippers here because of the brontosauruses, but do I see quippers in the water?
18, you don't, but also, like, the water is very turbulent. You give me a survival, or give me a nature check, rather.
Ask the brontosauruses.
Guess I could.
You would know that water this turbulent is not great for quippers in the first place, so they probably spend most of the time closer to the lake, if anything.
Okay. Well, the birds up there told me that there are quippers in these waters, sort of piranha-type fish, but they wouldn't be around here, so we can probably go into the water without too much trouble. Looks like maybe there's a little entrance under there, and I point to the spot that I see. Or we could just push on. I'm not opposed to that. I just wanted to raise the option of maybe talking to the fish people if they're amenable to a conversation. I don't know the word amenable.
Doesn't
Could
seem like
work.
it could hurt to talk to him. I mean, it sounds like we're going there either way, but
It would be good to at least possibly know what we're getting into if there's
Yeah,
something
for sure.
dangerous there.
I agree. Little Orc, with your magic, do you know how many of them there are? Maybe can you see their tracks anywhere around here?
I pinged them. What are their exact numbers?
Their exact numbers are 11.
11.
If things do turn violent, I don't suppose we'd be putting ourselves in any terrible danger, though I'd rather just leave them alone if it turns that way. If y'all like, I can go down there, see if I can see what I can see. I can hold my breath for a while.
Best not go alone.
If they're the type who don't like sun, I doubt I'll be able to speak their language. Sounds like maybe a better task for Ace or Gale, possibly.
Perhaps both of us can go along with you.
I loathe the sun and all it stands for, so I'd be happy to go.
Alright, so the three of you guys are just swimming out?
And try to just lead them to what I see, or what I saw that I thought might be an entrance anyway.
Sure.
hey, Nordo, before you go, do you think one of these brontosauruses will let me ride it?
Is my speak with animals still up?
Yeah, it's probably only been 7 or 8 minutes.
Hey, big friend.
Yes?
This here is my buddy. His name is Moat, and well, I don't know if this is offensive. Well, we're new around town, but he would very much like to stand up on your back and get a better view. Would you be amenable to that idea?
Give me either persuasion or animal handling. I suppose. And one of these things slowly kind of turns around and kind of marches his way through the muck over towards the beach. And as it approaches, it's actually much, much taller than it looks once it's all the way out of the water. But it does kind of make its way over, and it lowers its head down, moat, and kind of bends at the shoulder for you to try to climb onto it, I guess.
Dear God, Nordo, this is the best day of my life.
Give me an...
It does look like quite a nice time. Have fun up there, Moat. I help him up.
Sure. You're able to get him up, and eventually, like, getting him onto the shoulder is kind of a hassle. But he just lowers the bridge of his head down, and it's kind of flat-topped. It's like, just climb on my snout for a second. Hold on tight.
Can't understand him, but okay.
I translate with what's barely left of my speak with animals.
Very, very slowly, Mode, as you watch Gale and Nordo and Ace prepare to swim out. This thing just lifts you up and up and up. Probably a good 60, 70 feet above the surface, as you cling for dear life to his nostrils. But once you get up there, you can kind of get a better vantage point, and you do see, not all the way over the lip of the upper waterfall, but you kind of get a good view of the mountains beyond, and you can see the split or the seam of the valley. So you get a rough idea of how far you've traveled. It's probably somewhere in the ballpark of 3.5, 4 miles. You can make out very distant specks of ruins from Vinest. So you can tell that you haven't traveled like too crazy far. But you do get a nice view of the surrounding area. You can see that there is a pretty big dip where it winds through some very heavy jungle between you and there that you'll probably eventually have to get back through. But you get a good look around. It kind of takes you for a circle. And then eventually, long after Nordo has taken off and his Speak with Animals has faded, lowers you back down to the beach.
I try to mimic those weird whale noises that Nordo was making to say thank you, and that's it.
Give me a performance check. Meanwhile, let me get an athletics check from Nordo, Ace, and Gale.
If I just cling to if I just cling to his shell, do I have to make one?
I assume he's helping with this process. That's kind of why he's going along. But still give me an athletics check.
I too would like to come along, but
Sure.
I have a swim speed.
You're fine then. With the swim speed, it's easy peasy. Okay. The dinosaur kind of makes a weird rumble noise and then goes back. It takes a little bit of work. There are a couple points where the waterfall is like pushing you back faster than you can swim towards it. But Nordo and Nomad both kind of grab you by the collar and are able to help you all get back there. And as the four of you kind of all breach through this waterfall to the other side to see what you can see, you're almost immediately greeted by this tiny little cavern that is very shrouded from the sun by both the water and the overhang. And 22 sets of just these giant, like dinner plate, silvery saucer, dead fish eyes that are all wide-eyed, staring at you like, what the fuck is going on?
Are they Lokatha?
As you kind of adjust, and as those of you with dark vision get a better look, you can see that they're too small, and they don't have necks. It just goes straight from their tiny little stubby bodies to these fish heads. These are Kuatoa.
Oh, Gotoa.
I say in primordial, greetings.
They all kind of stare unblinkingly at all of you and look back and forth to each other. One of them eventually nudges another one and pushes them forward. And you see this tiny little shrimpy Kuatoa kind of clears his throat. You see his gills kind of flare up. And then in the worst Draconic that you've ever heard in your entire life, Gale, and anyone else who speaks Draconic, you hear, you are weird colored fire newt. Why are you here?
Well, we were coming here to ask you if you knew of any dangers in the structure that way, and I point off vaguely in a direction that the whatever tower is.
All right, he turns around and he just kind of makes this.
We don't mean you any harm.
Do I understand what he's saying or no?
Negative.
They're speaking.
But they're
to
definitely
us.
speaking to each other in some sort of their own language, and he seems to be translating. And after he says all that, there's like 2 or 3 seconds of silence, and then all at once, all of them just start making these awful, burbling, terrible noises to each other. There's this huge clamor. One of them runs forward and like literally grabs the guy and throws him to the back of the room. And then he kind of like, steps up, he puffs out his chest, he spreads his shoulders wide. Interloping strange fire newt. Are you sure this is not a religious crusade?
Very sure. I don't wish to impose mine or any other person's religion upon you and your people.
You're a very strange fire newt.
I'm also not. Yeah, never mind.
Well,
Fine.
we know of the place that you speak of. We don't go there. It's dangerous. It belongs to the crybaby.
Crybaby.
What's the crybaby?
At this point, he translates it back, and then everybody starts like clamoring and making the ridiculous voice. They all talk to each other again, and then he steps back. And then you do see that the tallest of the group, who's adorned in just these shredded rags, but it's got this, this metal trident of some sort that kind of crackles with some sort of magical energy. Everybody gets real quiet when that one steps up. The crybaby? The crybaby is the creature of the lake. It rules the statues and everything under it. We're not to approach it. It is dangerous.
Okay, but like, why is it dangerous?
It has teeth and tongues everywhere, and 4 million eyes, and 7 heads, and it will eat you.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know.
You don't intend to worship the crybaby, do you?
Oh, of course not.
Good.
Is it okay if I kill it?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go do that. And hopefully get away from this horrible jungle for the rest of my life.
Die with honor, strange fire newt.
You too. Bye. And then I just like turn to the rest of the group and I'm like, okay, so there's like a big monster there, but I don't think we're gonna get a whole hell of a lot out of these guys. So we should probably go before they change their minds.
Agreed.
They said it's okay to kill the thing though, so they aren't like worshipping it like a god or anything.
You think it's another Hydra snake?
I hope not. It sounds like it's got too many eyes for that.
Hydra snake spider?
The friendly dinosaurs told me that the snake, they knew what I was talking about, and they said it was further upstream, so I suppose there could be more than one. But
I kind of feel like this thing is probably like an ooze of some kind.
Oh, oozes.
well, I think we better just go see what we can see. No harm at least getting a little bit closer, taking a look.
I would like to take a rest before we investigate.
Yeah, what time of day is it?
It's... You guys went in there pretty early. You spent about an hour and a half, and then maybe another hour on the river. It's probably about 1:32 in the afternoon.
Well, maybe we can make the rest of the way
Some
towards
tea.
the observatory and then make camp nearby, watch it for the night, make sure nothing surprising happens, and then head in the morning.
That sounds like a splendid idea.
Sounds like we shouldn't. Sounds like we shouldn't camp too close to the water though, because of the tentacle, the eyeball thing.
The
Tongues, I
cry
guess.
baby.
Yes, I suppose that's probably wise, although I don't know if there is a safe place, but that would probably be the least safe.
With a name like Cryberry, it makes me wonder if it screams or something.
Well, I can only picture an anemone with thousands of eyes or millions and tongues.
I'll take my chances on anything out here over the stuff we've seen in the cities we've been to, so
Perhaps we could.
We could what now?
Perhaps we could ask the Kuatoa if there's a safe place for us to camp for the night. So they know this area pretty well.
I just made a safe camp.
No, you did not. You did not.
It looks serviceable, but well, little dragon, I don't know if that's quite safe.
I rolled a 17. It's safe.
I'm not worried about the construction. I'm worried about the location.
Nothing's gonna attack us near those brontosaurus.
I doubt they're going to live their entire lives in that pond.
I think that goose is going to attack us no matter where we are.
We should climb a tree. It might be safer in the tree.
There are snakes in the trees.
Oh, we can just kill the snakes.
Well, should we head towards the observatory for now?
That
Yeah, I
sounds
guess-
like a plan.
All right.
All right.
I start leading the way.
Yeah, you can start making your way down. Vasu, what's up?
Sorry, I was chewing.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say that while those four were in there talking to all the fish people, Vasu is actually going to be kind of like gussing up the campsite a little bit more and like gathering up food because that's what he does.
Sure. You do see that they have some fish that they've caught that are on a rack. They have some herbs that are set up to dry inside of this little hut. There isn't like a bed or anything inside there. It looks like it was made for storage more than anything else. They've got some just spices and berries and things. If you are, so are you taking their supplies or are you harvesting from elsewhere, like around here?
Oh no, I'm harvesting my own. That's like my background feature.
Gotcha. Then yeah, go and give me a survival check with advantage, and then obviously you've got the background to help here too.
Voss is just like flying around and gathering up like berries and little fish and firewood and stuff. And he's like, the first thing that I learned in Eagle Scouts was that you gotta be prepared. And the second thing was that you can't wander too far because you always gotta sit down and wait for help. But I never listened to that because that shit's boring.
Does sound mighty boring.
Well, I'm not gonna fucking wait for somebody else to save me.
I can help myself, right?
Exactly. Look at all this firewood I already got.
We're fucking fine. We don't need help.
I don't need nobody.
God, remind me to not get lost in the woods with Vasu and Moat. All the same, you do actually recognize a few edible things that you have harvested in the past back home. There's a lot of things here that are very unfamiliar to you, but you have a lot of just good knack for understanding. You know, bright colors usually mean avoid. These things are safe to eat. These things probably leave alone, and you gather up a good amount of food, enough to keep everybody kind of satisfied. It's not, the most luxurious meal that everyone has had, but you're vegan, so you're used to terrible food anyway.
I'm not vegan.
I'm offended.
All the same, you're able to gather plenty of supplies to keep everybody going for a couple of days. And you also...
On the
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
on the way out, I'm going to try to kill this goose so we can cook it later.
All right, give me an attack roll.
Reckless.
I'm going to roll for its health, just in case it lives. it's dead as fuck. Yeah, this thing runs. Actually, give me an initiative roll real quick, because has advantage on saves against fear. He knows no fear, and as soon as he sees you approaching, he does charge directly towards you. Nope, he's dead. He's dead as fuck. He starts running towards you, and you just fucking spear him down, and you have Goose for the night. It's gonna be delicious. Notably, Goose doesn't seem like it should be native to this area. That feels a little weird to you.
I think someone spilled a truck full of them.
But as you guys take a moment to refill your water skins with the fresh water here, gather up some food, get some goose, you make your way down. It's only about a 5-minute walk or so, and you make it down to the main head of the lake, kind of following this eastern bank. You can definitely tell that as the water gets less disturbed, it also gets a lot clearer and easier to see through, and that makes it a lot easier to see all of the wildlife that is living in it. There are big patches of algae, as well as some lily pads every once in a while that block some of the view. It's a little bit murky, but you can see schools of fish, snakes, frogs. This lake is just teeming with wildlife.
Quippers, I presume.
You do see some quippers.
Okay.
You would know quippers they're scavengers. They go for things that are already dead. You wouldn't want to jump in there with open wounds or anything like that, but yeah,
that's good to know.
I open all my wounds and jump in.
Perfect. You die. But as you approach, you can see these large statues of some sort of shiny metal. As you get closer, those of you who have spent a little more time in civilization, you do recognize that they're probably just copper or even copper-plated, but they are surprisingly clean. They've not patinaed at all. They're still this kind of resilient, kind of tan gold. There's none of the blue or the green that normally starts to form after long periods of time. But you can see that there is also this platform that kind of leads out to it that is roughly the same size and shape. And as you kind of get to it, you see little bits of broken pillars. You can see places where the corners are still kind of surviving. But it looks like this place used to be fully enclosed. It looks like it was probably two kind of hemispherical domes. And it looks like the domes just got blown off or decayed with time or destroyed and taken away. It's really hard to say for sure. But it's almost like everything except for the foundation and the floor here is gone.
Can I see, like, through the water where this building, like, goes? Is it just like a cylinder that goes down?
It definitely looks like a cylinder, and it looks like it goes down for quite some distance. At least like 10 or 15 feet, and then after that point it's just too dark and murky to really see anymore.
Okay.
If you were to go in and swim around, you could probably get a closer look, but
Hey, Beck.
Yeah.
I can't raise my hand because it says I'm already in initiative.
Shit, let me make sure. Oh, there we go. Oh, right, it's because the goose. There we go, what's up?
I was going to ping for humanoids.
Yeah, you do another ping for humanoids, and you still get the ones to the north. The other little packs nearby that, well, not nearby, but are all around you that you've been getting. Nothing immediately nearby.
Cool.
What's up, Moot?
Might be too far away, but is there any notable like iconography or text or anything around?
From this far away and on the platform that you're currently on over here, nothing. It looks like this is just old. At least as old as all of that stuff back in Finest was. If there probably may have been some sort of like chiseled writing or something in the stone, placards or something like that, but like it's all just been decayed and destroyed by time. The fact that these other things across the bridge are still standing feels very out of place to you. Nothing else has survived as well as they have.
Okay, cool.
You do actually see at the feet of those two statues, there are little boxes that look like they probably have placards on the front of them. But, that's like 80 feet away. It's kind of hard to see from here. Yeah, for those of you who are athletic, that's still like a 15, 20-foot drop or jump. Um, are you just gonna kind of take a running leap and try to jump over and see what happens, or swimming across? How do you guys want to get over there?
I'll try to jump it.
All right, go ahead and give me athletics.
I'll do the same.
Sure. Yeah. Moat, you get a running start. You make this first one just fine. The second one is tricky, but you are able to kind of do a double jump and make it across without touching the water. Just barely. It took every ounce of athleticism that you had.
I get the feeling the moment we touch the water that crazy creature's gonna come out. I can't jump that.
Nordo, likewise, you get a running start, and you're able to kind of do it in 2 long leaps. There's a kind of a thud and a little bit of rock clattering as you land on the opposite side.
I'm gonna pick up Ace and fly him over.
Easy peasy.
And then,
Thanks, Vasu.
then you will probably.
I'll jump it.
Okay, just like don't fall into nothing.
Elise is gonna try to jump.
There's no lifeguard on duty here. This is dangerous.
Elise tries to jump it. Part of the rock gives way right under her foot. She lands with a splash, pulls herself up, looks incredibly embarrassed, and then she kind of just gives up and just trudges through about waist deep through all of this ruined part of the bridge and then pulls herself up on the other side. If she had fur, it would all be wet.
Wait, is she naked? Or is she a bald cat?
Yeah, she's a Sphinx guy.
I don't know what I was thinking when you said Sphinx cat, but I wasn't thinking she was bald.
Yeah. Oh no, she's like a bald
Maybe
Sphinx guy.
maybe we should get rid of her.
Jeez.
Not much
Like
just
saying.
Cross.
When you do get over here, the first statue that you see appears to be some sort of astrological thing. Flick would recognize that pretty quickly, and honestly, any of you who have just like basic education from a civilized world would understand, like, oh, those are planets, and there's the sun, and there's Earth. It looks like it is fixed in one place. It doesn't seem to move or spin or anything like that, and it doesn't have any sort of writing on it. But beyond it, there are statues. And these 2 statues, upon closer inspection, appear to be either elf or half-elf tieflings. They have the long pointed ears. They're both very well dressed in these kind of very old-fashioned robes that flow all the way down to their ankles. They have similar facial structures, but they're not twins, they're not identical. They're probably related, maybe brothers or father-son, a little bit hard to say. But they do have little placards in Undercommon, and I believe that is Ace and Gale, right?
Yep, and I think Nomad.
Gotcha. The one on the left reads Ripley Rock, and the one on the right reads Barrel Rock.
Huh. Rock is not a very elven name. These are tieflings, though, right? You mentioned before.
Yeah, they look like elf tieflings or half-elf tieflings.
Yeah. Does this look familiar to me, or does it look right to me from my knowledge?
Oh my god. Do you have any sort of like astral? In fact, I think out of everyone here, you might have the least because you lived underground your whole life.
Yeah.
I guess you can give me a nature check and just see if you have any like memories that are relevant to this.
Yeah, I'm just sure. The fuck is this? The fuck is you?
I mean, to be
Balls?
fair, you have a lot of really weird, just sporadic memories and information. That's kind of your
What
shtick.
is this? Is balls on sticks? What's going on?
But yeah, as you kind of like, as you just try to see if anything pops up, if you have any memories that you've absorbed that understand this, you don't really. You can tell, like, you're aware of the concept of astrology. You have some memories from sailors and people who are familiar with it, and it looks kind of like that. But you wouldn't really even know which one was Earth. It just kind of looks like one of those weird science doodads that every now and then comes up.
Is our
Yeah.
planet called Earth?
It is, yeah. It is
Still,
called Earth or
like
Terra.
last time.
Yeah. I mean, every language has a different name for it, but like
Yeah.
in common it's called Earth or sometimes Terra.
We just call it Falach.
Flick, as you're taking a look through all of this, it looks right, but it looks like, in other words, all of the right planets are there. You recognize all of them. The order of them is correct. The positioning makes sense. It's clearly not current. Things are not in the same position that they're at today. But there isn't anything that's like missing or out of place or really dramatically wrong with it. It looks right. Just historical or not from the current time.
Can I just walk up to the top of the staircase and listen down the stairs for movement?
Yeah, so notably, this entire thing is covered by like an inch or so of water, and I know it doesn't really show it well on the
you
map
told me
here.
that.
But that does mean that those stairs are kind of flooded. With that said, it appears to be kind of clear water. There's little bits of algae growing in there. You can see some minnows floating around. But it looks like the stairs probably go down maybe... I don't know. It actually goes down pretty far, maybe 30 or 40 feet. And it seems to wrap like around out of view pretty quickly. In other words, you don't see where the stairs end.
Flick, what is our mission here again?
Who?
Flick? Flick?
Flick.
Neo!
He's dead.
He's dead.
Oh no, it's gone.
Feed him to the Quippers. I throw Flick
He's
overboard.
I cut him up so that they eat him.
I believe the objective was to get a star chart and bring it back to 3Ms.
Well, here you go. Oh, wait, no, this is a planet. We need a star chart.
Yeah, it's only got one star on it.
While we're waiting for Neo, do I recognize either of those names?
Hmm.
I assume not, but like somebody has to try, right?
Sure.
Why?
That would explain why no one was like responding to me this whole time.
Oh, were you muted?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Oh. You were saying things the entire time?
Yeah, it wasn't like a lot, so I was
For
like,
how
oh,
long?
Why?
Let me get a history check from Moat and Nomad.
Perfect.
A history check.
Yeah,
Why am I not level 6 yet, Feck?
I don't know, but I'm kind of glad you're not.
Well, it's a 23.
Okay. Yeah, neither of you. Like, Rock is a fairly... It's not like a super crazy name. You've probably heard it once or twice before, but like...
It's usually a dwarven name.
Yeah,
Just Rock.
it doesn't
with a
sound
K.
like... Well, yeah, this is with an H.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, and neither of these names really ring a bell for either of you.
Are we sure their names aren't Roach?
It might be Rook. I don't know.
What language? What language does Rock sound?
These are written in Undercommon.
Does it sound like an undercommon name to
Yeah,
me?
it sounds
A
pretty
lot
normal
of
for
languages. Okay. Here we thought this was going to be like a water campaign. It's just going to be an underwater, underdark campaign.
Well, the Underdark is underwater.
Like, 3 of you are from the Underdark. I'm sure it's probably going to come up. Not really from the
Disgusting.
Underdark, but...
You say
closely
this, but I'm
related
from
to it.
space.
What gives you that impression?
Everyone here is from space if you think about it.
That's true. We're all in space right now.
Yes,
We're all aliens.
Moat's head explodes.
Oh no!
Just can't handle it.
Does he come back as a phoenix?
Yeah, because he actually already knew. He actually already knew that. He was just doing it for dramatic effect. Moat knows everything.
Correct.
Is there anything else up here that's interesting, like this weird spot on the ground?
Give me investigation.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna do that never-ending story thing and just walk between the statues to see if they blast me to death.
Sure. that what you're hoping for?
Me being busted up.
So you're kind of just walking back and forth through the statues, and Ace is looking around to see if there's something interesting. About the same time, you both notice something that is at least slightly interesting. This raised bit here, it appears like this was probably just a desk or a table of some sort that was literally just carved out of the rock foundation. You get the sense that this was all probably at one point solid stone construction. But as Nomad walks through, you do see that he kind of kicks aside some water and some algae and reveals a little bit of the stone there that is raised. There's just this tiny little circular panel that is raised by just like a millimeter or two. It's honestly kind of hard to see. But because you're looking very closely and because he walks over it, he kind of notices a little bump that he runs into.
Like a button?
As he looks more closely, it looks too big. It looks more like almost the size of a sewer grate. And it's just like a raised portion of stone there.
Hey, Nordo, can you come over here? This looks like heavy work.
I kind of bend over and start dusting it with my hands to see if it reveals.
Again, it is under like an inch of water, so the dusting is, it's not very dusty.
Dust water on the way.
It's more that there's water in the way.
Splish, splish, splish,
But you
splish,
kind of
splish.
splash the water around. You get some of the algae away from it. You shoo off a couple of minnows that are swimming around. And you do see that it seems to be the exact same stone as the floor here. It's just there's a little seam, and then it's slightly raised out of that seam.
Can I
Question.
drink minnows?
Looks like a little grate here. I
Question.
try to lift it because no one's helping.
Okay, you go down and you try to find somewhere to lift it. There really is not a lot of room to even grip. You don't find any sort of ledge to really get a good handle on it. But you start to just push and shove and try to, slide it aside. I guess give me athletics with disadvantage.
What if I said I have a burglar's pack and I have a crowbar inside of it?
Sure. That gives you advantage, which cancels out. And actually, I'll say that the crowbar gets around the fact that there's only a little lip of it. So just give me athletics with advantage.
I believe in you.
As you put the crowbar in, you can see that it gives just a little tiny bit. And the reason that you can see that it gives is not really because you're making good progress, but because you see a couple of tiny little bubbles just bloop, bloop from where you stick the crowbar in. Like some of the water had leaked through for just a brief second as you kind of wiggled it into place. But then you put your back into it, you really go into this crowbar, and you try to push and push and push, and you're not able to make any progress. It feels really solidly stuck in place where it's at.
Hey, Nordo, can you come
You
help?
want a hand?
Yes. Yes. Multiple hands, please.
Help with what?
There's a sewer grate here, and my pry bar is stuck.
Well, before we do that, do we want to? The plan was to camp and then go in there tomorrow and watch this place for the night. Or do we really want to stop breaking in right now?
Oh.
Do we have to call it breaking in?
Maybe we can just go ahead and open this part first, and then I guess we could leave. I've just been sick all day, so I've missed out on all the action.
Let's just start the dungeon a little bit.
Whatever y'all want to do, I can certainly pry it open, but I'd hate to set off a trap or alert somebody's attention to the fact that we're here if they don't know we're here already.
Hold on. We had a short a rest last time, didn't we? Last session? Was it at the beginning of last session?
It was at the beginning, yeah.
So I gained some stuff back.
Right, yeah, you did not do that.
We rested at the end of previous session / the start of this session, so it depends on whether you did it last time or not. But
That's a good point. I don't remember if you did
I
it.
do not remember.
I'll tell you what, give yourself half a rest.
Now I have an odd number of mana points.
Oh, poor you.
Let's continue.
Alright, what are you guys doing?
There are some bubbles coming up, so I don't know what that means. Are there holes in the grate, or is it just just a cover?
Oh, it's just it honestly looks like somebody just kind of cut a little circular seam in the stone floor, and then that part of the stone got lifted up just like a millimeter.
Well, hold on. Perhaps we shouldn't just open it, because it sounds like there might be air down here. Perhaps we could like block off the water so we can go down. It might be dry.
Well, there are stairs down that lead down there. Do you think they're connected?
And those are full of water.
Yeah. It's a good thing some of us can hold our breath. If there's air down there, then perhaps the water only fills a certain point.
If we come back in like one more level, I can just kind of push all this water wherever we don't want it.
What's a level?
I don't know.
You know, so you have to teach me
Alternatively,
that,
Something my
nasty
dad told me
tradition.
about.
alternatively, we can just put mud around this hole in a circle, higher than the water, and then only some of the water will go down. Like a little dam
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
That is a pretty good idea.
Where are we gonna find mud though?
everywhere, over across the bridge, in the ground.
Friend Gale, perhaps we can also build a pump.
The water level is higher, so the pump won't do anything.
No, it's alright.
The water is we're literally standing in water. The pump would just put the water back in the water. It wouldn't go anywhere.
It will be fine.
Yeah,
I think
that
your science is
attitude.
broken, brother.
Science.
Don't underestimate me, and I go and start constructing a pump system.
I help.
As you take a look at Gale, being a very talented and intelligent engineer, you would know that Ace is correct. The first thing you would have to do is build some sort of a dam, and then you could pump the water out of it. With that said, that is a thing that can be done. You have lots of supplies. You get the feeling, honestly, dirt is a good start, and then you could just set up like some barriers of either scrap metal that you've got set up, or just more dirt. It kind of depends on how much of this you're trying to dam off. Are you just trying to dam off around that little circle? Are you trying to dam off the stairs? Are you trying to dam off the entire platform here? What are you going for?
Whatever helps.
How about we dam off this area right here, right around this sewer grate, or this grate, maybe about a foot around it, so there's a foot space. Open it up. This inch of water will go inside, and that's not going to make a big difference, rather than the whole inch surface layer of this entire lake flowing inside there. It also could be a waste of time. But I saw bubbles come up when I put it, so that means there must be some air down there.
Vasu, as you go over to spin it, you're very disappointed to find that it is fixed in place and does not spin.
Aww. I try to cast a gust on it.
Yeah, it's gusty, but it's still fixed in place.
Yeah.
Are there any pieces that look like? Are there any planets that look like it'd be easy to like break off?
Give me an investigation. Meanwhile, Gale, go and give me Tinker's Tools.
I help.
Sure. Woo! Holy Moses. Okay.
Fuck your dam. I erased the water from existence.
Okay, so...
We're working on something.
Give me my Game Boy. I need to plug it into the Matrix.
Can we
Deletewater.exe.
Vasu, you take a pretty close look around. And this statue appears to just be an art piece. You don't find anything that looks like it moves. And as you kind of try to find if anything is loose, you discover actually that it's very resilient. And it has, as you kind of like run your fingers along it, try to find something that wiggles loose or whatever, you do feel that there's just a very, very faint hum from it, which you imagine probably offers it some sort of magical stability or cleanliness or sturdiness.
Hey guys, this shit's magic. Sorry, go on.
It's all good. That's basically the idea of what you find, though. You get the sense as you go over this thing that there is some sort of a magical vibe about it, and because it is magical, it might be a little hard to just like rip a piece off, because most magical items are a little more resilient. With that said, as you're calling over, Gale has decided, fuck dams indeed. He thinks Nomad is right, and you don't need a dam at all. You just need a pump. And he spends probably a good 30 or 40 minutes using a couple of those white stones temporarily to build the most ridiculously over-the-top combination pump/blower system that he can. It's mobile. And basically what it does is it pumps water out, and then it creates a little wall of wind that prevents the water from rushing back in. So it creates
I figured it would freeze it.
It creates like a wind dam that blows all the water back, like he's parting the Red Sea.
Can I also add on a little thing that the water that gets pumped out also gets like heated up and turned to steam? So I'm just like getting rid of the water entirely.
See,
Slowly
we
just-
turned the water into clouds.
Okay, you're converting like 1 gallon of water into mist every
Hey, that's plenty.
Okay, sure. There.
Don't tell me the odds.
Meanwhile, the waterfall is dumping in tens of thousands of gallons every minute. But you're making some progress.
Yeah, but we have a humidifier. So.
Yeah.
The world will run out of water eventually.
Understand that a lot of us have been sick. The humidifier will help us a lot.
Oh my god.
But also, Gale, you've outdone yourself.
One way or another, Gale does actually rig up a pump that manages to pump the water away from a small area, and then use a wall of wind to prevent the water from rushing back into that area. It's big enough to kind of get the manhole thing, whatever that is. And if he was to spend, like a couple more hours extending it, he could probably get the entire stairwell as well. With that said, it is being powered by a couple of those white stones. It's a magical device. It's a little fragile. Just, do what you will with it.
So is the plan to drain the world of all of its water and then go down into this place?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna go start waiting then.
I go with Moat and start looking for somewhere basically
Wait,
to make a camp.
Nomad or Nordo. Now that the
Yes.
water has gone from the grate, we can open it without water getting it. So can you help me finish opening it? I'm not strong enough.
If that's what we're doing, do we want to open this bag of worms right now, or?
I just want to peek. You don't have to go inside.
Well, all right then. I will attempt to pry it open.
Okay, give me athletics with advantage.
Double 20s.
Oh. Okay. So interesting. You have really good perception too. Give me a perception check. Okay, excellent. You grab this crowbar and you immediately realize that there is a fuckload of resistance when you try to lift this thing up. But as you're kind of fiddling with it, you eventually realize it's not meant to come up. You can see that it's supposed to go down and then slide to the side as you're kind of fiddling with it. So you kind of have everybody step aside and you put a bunch of your weight on one foot directly on top of this thing until it goes a little bit down into the stone, and then you start to push it to the side. And when you do that, it gives a little bit, and you do see a couple more bubbles as the little bit of water that is left in here kind of splashes down, but then the wind wall keeps the rest from pouring in. And you can see you've made this tiny little crescent sliver that goes down into darkness. You can see a hole, a tunnel of some sort, that goes down and down and down, at least probably 4 or 5 feet that you can see illuminated by the tiny little sliver of daylight that pours in. With that said, as you start putting more and more muscle into this, there is suddenly the sound of metal scraping on metal, and the whole thing clicks about an inch and then stops again. And as you kind of process what just happened, and as you listen very, very closely, you know you've heard that noise before, and you kind of look over at whatever the fuck Gale is doing with this weird machine, and you realize it's the sound of a gear being stripped. Like you've just pushed something over the tooth of a gear. You've stripped part of a gear.
Okay. I stop at that point and
Whoopsie.
say, well, whatever it is, I think I broke it, but that might be for the best. I don't know if this is just a simple sewer grate. This seems like it's a piece of machinery.
I look down the hole. What do I see with my dark vision?
With 60 feet of dark vision, you can see that this tunnel goes down probably about 9 or 10 feet, and then it opens up into some sort of a larger chamber. You can see a very plain stone floor beyond it, and some sort of probably about 3 or 4 feet after the tunnel ends, you see this shiny jet black pillar of some sort that is just about the right size for that tunnel. That is maybe 2 or 3 feet away from the tunnel, like it's meant to be inserted, but it's currently 2 or 3 feet away from that tunnel. And that blocks most of your vision beyond.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, if we're going down there later, perhaps we can close it again so that the water doesn't go up. I don't know how long this wind wall is going to last.
He doesn't say if I just like try to use the crowbar to pry it back in the direction that I pushed it out from. Is it like stuck now?
You kind of like try to go back the other way, and because that tooth has been stripped, it kind of slides over with just a little bit of pressure. But then it seems to catch another tooth in the different direction that has not been stripped yet, and catches.
Gotcha.
So you're able to reclose it. Yes.
Okay.
So it seems like this is activated by some type of mechanism somewhere else. When I was looking into the tunnel effect, did I see where these mechanisms were possibly going?
You're not on.
Oh shit, I'm holding the wrong key. Not really. You can tell that there is just like a little recess that this thing is supposed to slide into here, but you don't really see much beyond that recess. You imagine that whatever all this machination is, it's probably like somewhere in here, somewhere.
Where is in here? Like which direction from me?
In that weird like that would be the same direction that it slid. So kind of over in let me double check. Is that right? Yeah, kind of in that area.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, I mean, I guess if we want to rest, we can, and then we can come back our rested.
All right, if that's the plan.
Sounds advisable.
Let me go ahead and get. Let's do a group check. Let me just figure out how each of you guys are contributing to making a suitable camp to survive in a hostile jungle overnight. Tell me how you're helping, and we'll do some sort of check for it.
I'm a ranger. It's what I do.
Absolutely.
I'm going to do that thing that I should have been doing pretty much this entire campaign and kept forgetting about. And I'm going to ritually cast Alarm.
Ooh, that's a very good call. Okay. Let me go ahead and get a spellcasting check for your alarm. Just an int check, I guess. Let me get a survival check from Ace for doing ranger things.
Do I get an advantage? I forget how my skills work.
Technically, it's just like you're automatically really good at this. The survival check is go ahead and we'll do it with advantage, and then the DC is really low. Excellent. We've got 2 good things so far. Who else is helping, and how are you helping?
Helping.
Just kind of setting up a survivable camp in a dangerous jungle overnight.
This is what I do. I'll help.
I say I can chop some wood and get the fire going if we want one.
Cool. Yeah.
Can I like climb up high and find a suitable spot?
Yeah, do like lookout. So let me get survival from Nordo and Moat, and perception from Flick.
Can I sell you on acrobatics for climbing real high?
You have a climb speed, right? Or are you tiefling? I always forget.
Don't. Tiefling.
In that case, climbing, like going up is athletics. Coming down or doing things gracefully is acrobatics. So it'd be athletics if you're just climbing.
Can I sell you on intimidation?
You could. I need you to sell me on it, but I could see a case for that.
Nah, survival it is.
Okay.
I
I'd
can't
like
think
to
of how I'm going to
investigate the
intimidate.
area.
Like, there are definitely times where strange wildlife comes up to you and looks kind of hungry.
But I'm making a fire.
Mode intimidates the trees into dropping their branches.
He makes a very scary fire.
I'd like to investigate the area for a proper, camping ground,
That's what
and
I'm
if there's
doing.
anything dangerous.
Sure. Yeah,
But I'm doing it rather than going somewhere up high. I'm like sticking my head close and like just kind of weeding through,
okay.
like taking a good close look.
Yeah, go and give me an investigation check. We'll see what that gets you.
What are we doing?
Everyone is trying to contribute to setting up a campsite to survive the night.
I kind of already did a little bit of that earlier, but you want me to make like another nature survival
Yeah.
roll or just gather more shit?
Yeah, another nature or another survival. Either one of those would be appropriate.
Cool.
Moat, you're able to get the fire going. It's a good thing. Somebody's got to do it. Nomad, you kind of try to make some deductions based on where this architecture was placed, and there are like a lot of foot traffic over there, and that's where the watering hole is. So if we go over here, we can be out of there. Vasu has already done a lot, and he does some more using his survivor or his Outlander background, or whatever background you have. I think it's Outland.
Yeah, it's Outland.
You guys are very well equipped for this. A couple of you a little more than the others, but between all of you, you have several very talented and capable people, and you are able to get a campsite together. You have a couple of minor encounters throughout the night with just the local wildlife, but there is a point. Actually, it would happen multiple times. I assume you guys set up some sort of a watch order, and at
Yep.
multiple times throughout the night, at least once on everybody's watch, there is just this. It never really gets totally quiet. There's always birds and bugs and buzzing and the sound of dinosaurs in the distance. But every now and then there is this low rumble that kind of causes all of the water in this lake to just kind of splash up, almost like it's being hit by raindrops, but there's no rain. And as this low rumble gets a little bit louder, you can hear almost like the water itself is calling out in this low, awful, droning moan or cry or whine. And that happens probably every 35, 45 minutes as soon as the sun goes down until the sun comes back up.
That's creepy as hell.
Who wants to go for a swim?
But eventually,
Not me.
eventually morning does come. You guys do get a short rest. Well, it is almost long rest time.
+1 for each hit die you spend on account of the goose.
But a wonderful goose.
Right, the goose.
Vasu just wants a drumstick.
So you guys get a short rest.
Of course, now I roll a 10.
Is it a +1 to each or just the first one?
+1 for each die that you spend.
So
And
that
also
puts
Yule's
me-
giving you a d6 if you spend any.
When you wake up in the morning, you do notice that it's very, very warm and humid. It's thick. A lot of you who have been camping in the past are probably familiar with waking up and it's very dewy and cold. That just kind of early morning feeling when you go on a camping trip. And you don't get that here. It's wet and it's heavy and it's hot, even very first thing in the morning. You do see that the sky is still a little bit clouded over, but the heavy rain has stopped. And when you go back out and kind of check out the stone platform, you do see that the water level has dropped just enough to not cover the stone platform anymore. The stairwell is still filled with this now still standing kind of stagnant water. And even in just the first few hours of daylight, it has gotten a little darker and greener as all of the algae on its surface starts to bloom. A couple of frogs and minnows seem to be kind of stranded in it. But the sun has kind of baked the rest dry for the most part.
Does it seem like unnaturally hot and muggy here for the environment, or just because we're in the jungle, it's hot and muggy?
Give me nature or survival. It kind of just seems like appropriate for this kind of region.
Okay.
It's been a lot of heavy rain lately, and it seems to have finally gone past. It's starting to warm back up. Water's going down, but it's still very humid.
All right, looks like we have a few hours before the water level rises, so we should probably hurry up and do this. Do we want to tie some ropes to these statues so we can climb down?
Notably, that manhole-sized thing, Ace and Gale could probably get through it. Maybe even Nomad, because he's got whatever the fuck is going on with Nomad. There's no way Nordo's getting through that hole.
Okay,
And
well,
Nordo cover?
Like that white hole that I drew there, that white circle, that was Gale's fan. Like, you can kind of see the inside of it. Just that little line there. It's probably about 2 feet in diameter.
Hey, question.
Yeah.
Combination of speak with animals and hold breath. Can I go underwater and talk to fish?
Yeah.
Excellent. So
Or,
during the
well,
morning-
okay, hang on. Sorry. It's not water breathing, it's hold breath.
Yeah, it is hold breath, not water breathing.
Fuck, man. Give me a... I'll say... Can frogs communicate underwater? Sure, why not? Yeah, I'll say that depending on what you're trying to speak to, yes. Something like a frog, yes, because you kind of just vibrate through your belly pouch or whatever the fuck that is.
Excellent. So
The
after
Nordo just
breakfast-
vibrates.
also fish don't even make sounds, so
Yeah, I
probably.
I don't know, man.
After
Can
breakfast,
fish-
I sit by the fire and do my speak with animals ritual, and then I try to just find a frog around here somewhere.
Easy. They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. There's little ones that's bright and colorful. There's big ones that are fat and happy.
I want a fat, happy one.
Yeah, you find a fat, happy toad, and he looks at you with one of his eyes, but the other one is just watching this dragonfly real close. It's like, no, just a second, man. I think I got this one. This is the one,
Can
man.
toads do that?
Take your time, my friend. I think you got it as well. I just sit down next to him.
Mm.
15 minutes later.
And then the dragonfly flies off. It's like, oh, god damn it. Okay, what's up?
Sorry, I thought you had that one. Well, quick question for you. You know anything about this big stone thing over here? You ever been inside there?
No. This hole goes deeper than I like to swim, but I think the minnows go down sometimes, but they always come back up. I don't think there's much down there.
Think I could talk you into going down there, taking a look for me?
Do you
I
have?
could try to help you catch some breakfast. I've got some. I've got fishing tackle. Would that have something a toad would like to eat?
Yeah, almost certainly. And if not, it would have the tools that you would need to go like grab some grub or whatever.
Excellent.
Give me a persuasion or animal handling.
Sorry to do this every single encounter.
It's okay. It's basically a slightly more flavorful version of having a familiar anyway. Like, someone in the party is going to do it.
Right.
Yeah, you're able to kind of convince this frog. You give him a big old grub, and he's happy, and he takes his sweet-ass time eating it. But when it finally is the deed is done, and about the time that you get your beast sense up and going, I assume.
Yeah.
He swims down there. And you... I don't know if frogs really have dark vision, but he kind of does his best to fumble around. There's a little bit of daylight that kind of funnels in. It's very dark. It's kind of I guess give me a d20 plus. Let me go check. D20 plus 3. Yeah, no, it's great. He knows what he's doing. There's enough daylight kind of trickling in to see what he's doing. He swims around, and it seems to wrap like all the way around, almost a full 360 degrees, until it gets down to about here, and then it ends probably about 40, maybe even 50 feet down, deeper than you initially expected. And then there is a door, a metal door, that seems to be closed.
Okay.
And the whole way down, there's like little bits of wildlife. There's a couple of little snakes swimming around in there, a lot of little minnows, some frogs. Nothing super dangerous. No gators, no quippers, or anything crazy.
Cool. Excellent. Well, by the time he comes back up, I don't have to speak with animals anymore, but I'll just give him another grub and send him on his way.
Yep. He goes on his way, which is to say that he sits right there and eats.
Perfect. Well, there's a stairway leads down to a doorway, a metal door, so nothing dangerous down there, at least that we can see up to that doorway.
Well, that is good to know.
However,
Well,
if we open that door, it'll flood whatever's beyond it, so I don't know if we want to try to use that pump to get all this water out of here first, and that might take a long time, I suppose.
You could just use the pump near the door, and only near the door. So swim down, use the pump.
Is the pump
Then
going
open
to
the
work
door.
underwater?
it should.
Yeah, Gale built a very effective pump. He has to extend the hose a little bit, but that's enough. He can. It would probably take a couple hours to empty out like 40 feet of this, but it could be done.
Well, I meant more like, could he go underwater and only use it next to the door, and only remove like a few little bit of water, like
make
a
a
wall
bubble
of
down
air around it, a bubble. Yeah.
His wind wall is not that strong. No, it's enough to stop like the horizontal movement of water, but not enough to fight off like 30 stories worth of water.
Well, Nardo has been talking with his frog friend. I have been reconstructing Fiero into an octopus.
Excellent.
Look at Shu, and I'm just like, hey, why can't you do that?
I very much relate.
I think technically you can.
It's like when you those old Transformers toys.
It's weird. I can now very much relate to Fiero.
God, I feel like I used to have a mechanical octopus like token or something, but oh right, it was
Incredibly specific.
It was for the defense system for Jack's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got to really use those. Oh well.
You can use it now.
Nah, they were too big. Those were big old boys.
I mean, you can shrink the icon.
But anyway, what is the plan? Do you guys want to try to pump it out, or are you just swimming down? What are you guys doing?
Well, I will. I'll send my octopus down and see if it can figure out how the door opens. Essentially,
Yeah, easy
Like-
enough. He kind of makes.
I'll
his
go down
way-
with it.
Yeah, you guys both go down. And you can see that it appears to be just a simple metal door with just a handle that pulls out, kind of like a vertical handle. There's no knob, nothing to twist or anything. It just pulls. It looks like it probably, it definitely has a locking mechanism of some sort.
all right. I want to check the water currents kind of around the seams of the door. Like, is this airtight or has it been leaking water?
Give me, I guess either perception or investigation.
For the octopus?
Yeah, for the octopus.
All right.
I can assist.
Yeah, you can both do that.
$14 plus something.
As you guys both kind of feel around, it seems to be flowing very, very, very slowly. So, like, it's probably not perfectly airtight, but it's pretty resilient. It would just be a very slow trickle.
That's a +2, so 16. If that changes anything.
Still about the same. It looks like most of the trickle is actually around the locking mechanism, the keyhole.
Okay.
I come back up and say, I don't know if we'd be able to open it, even if it's not locked. If we don't take the water out, that water is going to be putting a lot of weight on that door.
Well, if the
pump
other
it down.
side is flooded, it should be fine.
Why doesn't one of us go down this hole in the middle first so we can see if that door leads to the same area?
Reconnaissance, yes.
I say as I'm currently tying a rope to like the foot of this statue.
It is worth mentioning, just before you invest too heavily in that plan, when he stripped the gear, it did jump a few more inches open. So it probably got about, like, oh god, this is the worst possible color for this. About that much open, probably about 8 inches wide.
Alright, I'll just send my octopus through.
Yeah, totally doable. Alright, so you kind of grab the crowbar and you push it back down, slide to the side, push it back the stripped tooth of the gear. Makes enough of an opening to send the octopus down. Do you, like, tie it to a rope, or are you dropping it down the hole?
I'll just send him down the hole.
Okay.
We can lower him down if he wants. I'll drop the rope down. He can climb down the rope.
He has suction
He's
cups.
got little
We'll just,
suckers, yeah. It's an awkward descent. There are a couple of times where he, like, goes a little faster than he intended to. But eventually, he does get out to the bottom of this tunnel. And he pokes his head out and he starts to take a look around. And let me make sure I don't have a fuckload of stuff revealed over here that I'm not supposed to. Does he have dark vision?
Octopuses do.
They do. 30 feet.
Sick. Okay, 30 feet is not a ton, but there's a little bit of light in here that helps too. When he looks down, he sees a very large, basically a spherical room. And he seems to be poking out from the very top middle of this sphere. And when he looks straight down, he can see that there is this shiny black column looking straight back up at him. Just a few feet away, like it's meant to be pushed up into the hole that he's currently poking his head out of. That pole goes down, let's see, some distance, probably about 20 feet, to what appears to be a very large metal orb of some sort. He can see that there are little bits of machines or machinations on the front of it. It appears to be made of the same material as the statues outside. There is a stone bridge that extends from that big brass orb to the side of the room, just about the middle of this big sphere, where you can see another metal door. There is a red-lit series of glyphs that are carved into the stone near that door. That are in Undercommon, which you do speak. They just say exit in Undercommon. And then past this bridge, you can see down the bottom half of this sphere. So this is all like a big bowl shape underneath all of this. And as you look out to the left here, there is a staircase that starts to go down, but as it goes down a few steps, it starts to twist until it is horizontal and aligned with the side of this sphere.
Huh. Okay. Is in this room is there water in this room?
You do see that there is just a little bit that is pool. Well, actually, it would be right at the edge of his dark vision. But yeah, as he starts to kind of look around, you do see that there are signs that there has been water in here. He can smell a little bit of dampness, like it has all kind of trickled in very, very slowly over the years, poured its way down to the middle of this bowl and then evaporated. So there's like little green stains of algae and just a tiny little pool that he probably wouldn't be able to see because it's directly under this brass orb. But yeah, there's a little bit of water pooled at the bottom of this.
Can I make out any sort of like purpose or function for any of this?
It's very clear that whatever this big brass thing is, it has some sort of mechanical controls. From here, it's hard to tell exactly what they do. You can see the door, but as you kind of just take a look around, it looks like it's just a big spherical room with a door on the side of it and a bridge leading to a weird machine in the very center of it. And then this weird black pillar that connects or goes up out of that weird brass machine towards the hole that you're in, but not all the way into it. That's what you can see from here anyway, just poking your head out of the hole.
All right. Is Fiero able to kind of like suction cup his way and crawl down towards the controls in any way?
Give me... Well, actually, let's just do it like this. He starts to pull himself out of the hole and see if he can suction cup his way along the ceiling down towards the side. And as soon as he pulls himself free of the hole and starts to suction cup, he notices that gravity is pinning him to the ceiling. Like gravity is upside down, and he's able to just kind of walk along the ceiling. And then kind of towards the side, and as he does, gravity pushes him to the side. It kind of feels like gravity always points out from the sphere.
All right, then yeah, I'll just have him like slowly shamble his way over to the bridge and try and get close to the sphere.
All right, it takes him a little bit of time. Yeah, it takes him a little bit of time, but he does make his way over. He crosses over to the bridge. Give me, from Gale, your own Tinker's Tools check. As you take a look through, you can see a lot of controls, and they are labeled in Undercommon. You kind of get the sense for how they work. You can see that there are some wheels that are meant to be spun along a track that kind of work like sliders. You can see that there are some levers that can be pushed up and down. You're not like immediately instinctively sure of exactly what all of this does, but you do find the main control panel, which looks kind of like this. Again, all of these are actually labeled in Undercommon, but you understand it.
All right. I'm gonna take one of the tentacles and I'm gonna try pushing this up very slightly.
The middle one?
It's kind of like the sky one.
All right. You push this up very, very slightly, very gently, very slowly. And as you do, the entire room, or rather the brass sphere, you see that several holes start to open all along it, just tiny little dimples like a golf ball. And from each of those holes, there is just this little bit of light at first that gets brighter and brighter and brighter in all directions until the entire upper half of this sphere is kind of lit up with just a uniform white light. And that is about here when it is kind of like, brightly filling the entire room. Or I should say just the upper half of this room.
Okay. Good with that. Then I'm going to try and push the grid up very slightly.
Okay, you push the grid up very, very slightly. And as you do, you hear more machinations whirring inside of this big brass orb. And as you look around, you notice that there is a faint pattern starting to form, being projected in light from the orb onto the upper half of the room, onto the ceiling. And it looks kind of... so hang on, let me see. Don't reveal too much. Don't give it up. Here we go. Here's the ceiling. Okay, so as Fierro is looking straight up at the ceiling, you can see that little hole that he climbed out of right in the center there. As you push that lever up, this pattern starts to light up on the ceiling.
All right. Push the echo up, or rotate the echo.
Okay, so what is Fierro's strength as an octopus?
Pretty good, actually.
Did you say stronger than you?
Hey, in fact, do we
No.
have background music?
Yeah.
I was
He
thinking
has
the
a-
same thing.
He has a 4.
Oh.
With a 4, he can tell that it's definitely meant to be turned. He's just not strong enough to turn it. You can tell that this is not just a control, like it is actually moving heavy parts that are too heavy for him to move.
I don't know about that. I've seen octopi do some pretty crazy shit.
I'll tell you what, give me
Okay.
give me a strength check with a -3. Or yeah, -3, that's right. Maybe he's got it in him. Let's find out. No, he's not able.
All right. Can I push this button?
Yeah, so he reaches up to push that, and it doesn't push in. And as he looks a little bit closer, he can actually see that that's a little bit of like a glass bulb or something. You get the sense it's probably an indicator rather than a button, like a light.
All right. Well, I will have him slowly shamble his way back to us. It's going to take a while, and I will inform the group of what I kind of saw,
All right.
and that there's like some kind of a grid or a map, probably, of the sky or something. But he wasn't strong enough to use all the controls, so I'm not entirely sure what the purpose is.
Was there any water in there?
Surprisingly, no. I was kind of hoping he would drop and splash into some water, but it was just kind of like a weird sphere.
He would have seen like a very
the
small
gravity
pool of it at the bottom.
So maybe we ought to pump this water out, avoid flood and whatever's in.
Possibly. Or I could just climb down there and try and copy down whatever we need.
I can try to open this thing up a little bit more, but it got stuck last time I tried, and I put some good heft behind it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it any further open.
Well,
I
it
can
sounds
fit
like
through there.
opening this door might be part of the contraption. So perhaps if we might want to be careful not to break it, perhaps we need it for this map thing. Maybe it's the star chart appears in the ceiling, and maybe this
Yeah.
helps part of it. Whenever your octopus was down there, what did this give light to it? Did this like aid it at all? Also, does this look like a crescent moon?
That looks like the cover has been slid into a slot partially. So yeah, it kind of looks like a crescent moon, but it doesn't look like that's intentional.
Gotcha. I mean, if we want to open this again, sure, but maybe only if we know that Gale can fix it.
I mean, I'm
mean,
not
it's-
opposed to just pumping the water out. It'll take some time, but we're not like we're in any particular hurry at the moment.
I mean, it's cracked open already, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's
8
cracked open
inches,
about
I think.
8 inches so far. Yeah.
Okay, I can fit through there. I'm 2'7". I can probably fit through there.
You might be
It's
able
true.
If he can fit through there, can I fit through there?
to. Possibly.
Can I squeeze in just in case they need muscle? It's really sad that I'm the muscle.
He's made of cartilage. He should be able to just slip right in.
If he can't fit in there, can I fit in there? Because I'm smaller.
Like, okay, all three of you
Yeah.
tiny little runts. Like, even for you, it's gonna be really uncomfortable. Gale, you would probably have to take your leg off. None of you are taking a backpack through there. Like, 8 inches it's not that much space. With that said, it might be doable.
I'm not that much person.
Yeah,
So
yeah, like you guys are small, it might be doable with some acrobatic. You can certainly try.
When
What if I grease you up, Ace? Would that help?
I was just thinking that.
Right? Do we have the grease?
We have lamp oil.
That could work.
As long as Moat and Vasu don't start throwing fire around, I should be fine.
Did someone say fire? What?
I would. No, don't. Do not help. We're about to spread lamp oil all over Brother Bird here. It's going to make him very slippery.
Please do not kill me. You said acrobatics?
All right.
Yeah, if you really want to go for it, give me acrobatics. Okay, all right.
I just did.
All right. Is anyone else? Well, we'll just do the two of them. Gale.
Time to Mission Impossible this.
Gale has to
Did.
you have to set aside your tools. You're not getting a backpack down there. You probably have to take off your leg, but you squeeze through, and you're pretty tiny, and you basically push yourself through, and you can feel like you've got yourself through this thing. You're holding on to the lip of this. It's a smoothbore tunnel all the way down.
I already dropped a rope down through the hole too.
Oh, okay. You're gonna climb the rope? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
Would you like me to drop your backpack with you next, or just
After we get down there, you can pull the rope up and you can lower down some some tools if we need them. But we'll leave the rope down for now.
All right. The two of you, against all odds, managed to find some way to squeeze through this 8-inch gap, making some unusual contortions and removing your robotic legs and kind of having to scratch your beak through the little opening. But once your beak is through, the rest goes kind of easily. And you start to ride this rope down, and after a certain point, once you kind of breach through, just like Fiero, you find that gravity flips. There's a very distinct threshold as soon as you pop out of that hole, and you find yourself kind of walking or crawling or laying on the ceiling of this big spherical room. Yule, if you want to try to go down too, you can give me acrobatics. You're pretty small too.
I'm the smallest, thank you.
I think Gale is probably the smallest.
I am
think
2'6".
Gale's larger than both Ace and Yule.
I'm 2'6".
Yes, but you also have 2 legs, so mass-wise, you are bigger.
Mass-wise, I'm 30 pounds.
I'm 35 pounds, and I'm pretty sure Gale's
Give
Yeah, I know.
10.
Oh, you're getting a little punch on you there, little boy.
I'm
You're
only
gonna be big and
400
strong
pounds.
someday.
Let me at it.
All right, let's see, Grandma. You go to kind of squeeze this way in, and you don't know if it's the rain or the weather, but as soon as you kind of bend your back at the angle that you need to do it, there is this loud pop. And you know that when you were younger, you could have done this. You know for sure that in your prime, this would be no problem at all. But every time you kind of hype yourself up and say, okay, I'm going to do it. God, your back cracks in this horrible, painful way.
Oh no.
Grandmother, maybe let the young and spry folks after that sort of endeavor.
Oh, okay. I guess this
Well,
one.
take care of yourself. It's you're getting fragile in your old age.
Does anyone have a heating pad?
Did someone say fire? No.
I have one in my backpack.
All right. The two of you do drop down though, and you have the room to explore. One of the first things that you notice as you both go in there with your dark vision and kind of a better scope of things is that next to this door there are also several kind of awards or plaques on the wall here. They are written in Undercommon, which both of you speak, which is incredibly convenient. And
Best manager. Number one dad.
you can also see that there is a little shelf built into the wall underneath these plaques. And on that shelf, there is just some rotting old papers and linens and heaps of, like, garbage. Big heaps of stuff.
These names are written in Undercommon, but do they seem like a certain dialect? Like, I guess like Stag Shore. Does that seem like a translation from another language? Does it seem like, Elvish, Dwarvish?
I guess give me a history check.
Can I sell you on advantage because humanoid names?
Sure.
Can I sell you on a history check? Because my mom's real into astrology.
I mean, for a different check, maybe. This one is kind of unrelated to astrology, though. This one is more etymology. And with your understanding of etymology, and especially Undercommon, you get the feeling that this is old Undercommon, and it shares some of the same roots as modern languages. You would know that, like, a lot of these do translate into other languages, like Stagshore is a name that you might hear nowadays. But they're just very old-fashioned Undercommon names.
What year is it now? It's like year 669 or 969 or something,
I
right?
believe it is 668, but let me double check that.
So it's 699.
699. You're totally right.
Are we like on some weird calendar where it's like era?
You guys would be aware that the modern calendar is based on the foundation of the Alliance of Willingquet.
So year 255 or 2558 could be like a previous era.
Could be.
What do I know about timelines and eras?
Give me a history check.
Does it involve humanoids?
Sure. You would know that in the place where you grew up, they had kind of their own calendar to begin with. You didn't really encounter this whole 699 calendar until you started traveling west towards Willingquet, where you did notice that some of the orcs used it, but only as like an alternative to their own internal calendars. You would know that a lot of these like private, or not really private, but these independent island nations have their own calendars and systems for all of this. The whole 69 date thing is a very Willingquet invention. They've spread it to the places where they've traveled. Eisenmar uses it as well, Valdalance. And they've kind of spread it a little bit into like the Salt Bowl region because they have a lot of people that do business there. But you don't really know like what they used before that. 700 years is a pretty big chunk of history, especially for like such an isolationist society.
Understood. All right. Do you think that these constellations are a key somehow to this? And if so, how?
I don't know. I'm gonna push a button and I'm gonna try and crank the echo thing.
All right, you're
Sounds
cranking the bottom one.
Yeah.
All right.
The echo.
Yeah, you start to crank this one to the right, and as you do, You have to turn it a lot more than you would at first expect. Like, you probably turn it a good 30 times just to get it to about here. But when you do notice that this black column poking up out of the top of this machine is rising up towards the hole slowly.
Perhaps if we can get this outside, maybe. What's? Oh wait, I start cranking the shield one.
Okay. As you start turning it and cranking it to the left, up top, you guys do see that stone thing, it starts to skip over that one broken tooth of the gear, but then it starts to retract the rest of the way. And by the time he's pulled it all the way over to, or turned it all the way to the left, that shield is fully open, and you have a 2-foot wide tunnel that goes down into this room, letting in some daylight.
Something is happening, friends.
At this point, pretty much everyone except for Nordo could theoretically go down it. It's about the size of like a manhole.
Perhaps we should get the echo up higher.
Suddenly can't see and try and crank the shield back closed.
Hold on,
No,
Gale,
no,
hold
it's
on.
closing.
Hold on, Gale. I think we need the light to refract off of this pillar here and go onto the ceiling. So I think we need it to be open.
Escaped the devil's son.
The higher you raise the pillar, the more sunlight it will block. And I start cranking the echo.
Gil and Ace, what are your passive perceptions, by the way?
20.
Is it really? Don't fuck with me.
No, it's 10.
Okay.
Passive of 16.
I didn't know if
You almost moted.
I didn't know if you'd taken observant or something. 16 Ace? Okay. Ace, you, as you guys are just kind of experimenting, you do kind of notice just this very faint taste or smell of iron, just kind of in the air all around you.
I look around for, like, blood or something? Is there something underneath the pillar?
Give me a perception check.
Perception or investigation?
Perception if you're just looking around. If you want to start, like, moving things around, you can give me investigation.
I guess I'll start moving stuff around dangerously.
Yeah. I mean, granted, there's not, like, a lot of stuff to move around, but...
Out of
shit.
curiosity,
Yeah.
with a passive perception of 17, do I smell anything from up top as they like crank the door open?
You don't, but notably, they're a good way down. They're like a good 25, 30 feet down or so.
Oh, okay, there's how far it was. Cool.
Yeah. Ace, you start to kind of take a look around. First, you check the machine, trying to see if it's coming from the machine, and you don't really get any of that.
Is it the lamp oil?
There is still the smell of lamp oil all over yourselves. Honestly, this room is pretty sterile apart from the like little bits of algae that have spread out from around that hole. The only things that kind of potentially catch your eye as sources, you do see that there's a little gap under the door here, so it could be wind blowing in through this door under the seam. And then there is the pile of just like gunk and junk on the shelf, which smells mostly like rot, really. Rotted paper and rotted linens, not so much like iron. And as you start like actively trying to seek out the source of this iron smell, it does kind of, you lose it after 10 or 15 seconds. It kind of goes away.
That was kind of weird. Did you smell that too, Gale?
A little bit.
Alright.
You do notice as you're kind of moving things around, though, there's a little speck of blue underneath that big gunk of rotted linens. That seems a little brighter than all of the shit around it. You would have to, like, dig in to get whatever it is. But it does catch your eye.
Hey, can someone drop me down my daggers?
Clink, clink.
So
Do we want to be dropping?
I'm
sharp
assuming whichever
objects?
direction
yeah,
gravity falls to, I go get them.
So this dagger comes flying out of the hole, drops about 5 feet, and then goes back up and lands and clatters like a foot away from the top middle of the ceiling. And then
I walk up the ceiling,
you walk up the side of the ceiling and go grab the dagger and bring it back down.
and I walk back down. All right, Gale, I see something over there. I'm going to investigate it. I have my daggers drawn, and I'm going to go stealthily over to this blue thing, and I'm going to...
All right, give me a stealth check.
What type of light is in here?
There is some dim light from that red thing. That's probably about a 20-foot radius. And then there's also just a shaft of daylight that lights up pretty much just the machine and maybe like a couple of feet around it.
Should
I'm
we
currently
perhaps
trying to
go
close so
down?
they can see anything.
I'm dying out here. I'd really like to go in. I don't like them being
Nothing. No
down
one's
by
stopping you
themselves.
from coming down here, guys.
Okay, well stop talking so I can do it.
Okay, let's jump back up real quick while Ace is preparing to poke into this thing. Those of you up top, what are you guys doing?
Getting ready to get down there
Yeah,
after you, Flick.
This is opened all the way.
Alright, I'm going to try to squeeze down in there. It's 2 feet. I think I can make that work.
Yeah, pretty much all of you can make 2 feet work, except Nordo is going to have a lot of trouble. Moat and Elise might, just because of the heavy armor. Or wait, you're in chainmail, right, Moat?
I am, but I stay up with Nordo if he can't get down.
Okay.
Yeah, Nordo's like, oh, I'm not a big fan of enclosed spaces. I'll just stay up here, keep an eye out, look for the crybaby.
Yeah, Elise is kind of content to just stay out here as well.
Okay, boss is kind of like looking back and forth until he realizes some people are willing to stay up here with Nordo too.
Oh my God, Vasu.
Okay, well, you guys stay safe.
You're breaking up a lot.
We can't hear understand a word you're saying.
You're going to robot. With that said, I got the gist of it. It sounds like Vasu is staying out as well.
Okay.
I'll
go.
Oh no.
It's
So
late.
Nomad-
Boss is going down.
No, Vasu's staying up. It sounds
Vasu's
like.
going down.
Oh, is Vasu going down?
I
Okay.
think that's what he's trying to say, is he's going down there.
All right.
He was going to stay up if nobody else was staying with Nordo, but
There we go. Okay, so we've got 3 additional people heading down. All right, I think that was everybody that's going down because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I am rolling so bad.
There we go. It's fine. 10 is plenty. You grab your dagger and you have to almost like carve away just this rotted old clothing of some sort. Stacks of paper that have long since decayed. But it does reveal something that has held up pretty well over the ages, which probably indicates that it's magical. It appears to be just kind of this big, like pill or vitamin shaped blue stone. Almost like a pumice stone, but without the holes. It kind of has like this vaguely spongy texture.
Pick it up.
Yeah, when you pick it up, you do notice that despite clearly and obviously being a rock of some sort, it gives a little bit. It's a little squishy.
Does I sniff it?
It smells gross. It smells like it's been surrounded by rotting linens.
Does it smell coppery?
It doesn't smell metallic. It doesn't smell coppery or irony.
Hey Gale, look what I found. Something squishy and blue. Possibly magic.
or it could just be a sponge.
How magical does it feel?
It vibrates a little when you move it around. It definitely reacts, like, just when your fingers kind of push in a little bit from picking it up. It seems to react to being squeezed, but, you know, that's just from you moving it around.
Alright, I guess I'll just hold on to this. And I put it in my pocket.
Alright?
Nothing could go wrong from doing that. Hey Flick, you know stars, right?
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm here.
Come over here. There's this chart over here. And I translate all the things for him.
Okay.
I'm not sure what they mean, but I feel like if we raise the pillar up, the light will refract off those holes, and it'll make those appear on the ceiling.
That makes sense.
We have grid, sky, lev. I don't know what that means.
Lay.
Lay. What is it? L-E-V?
L-E-Y.
L-E-Y.
Why?
Gotcha. Lay. So, layer? No, I don't know. What is that word? Is that word
Navigator's tools.
thing to me, or is it just like?
It would immediately mean something to both Nomad and Ace. Ley lines are kind of a physical implementation of the weave that flows through the earth. It has something to do with why magic comes back on Sunday mornings so strongly.
Okay, so if we push that up, more magic. Perhaps that is what will help them appear.
I mean, possibly. Have you tried moving it yet?
No, because you guys just came down. We've been here for like 5 seconds.
It felt like a lot longer than that. I'm sorry. I'm impatient. I've been trying to get here for a while.
I'm aware. I was there the whole time.
I know.
Look at this
That's
thing
right.
I found.
Once everyone's down here, I'm gonna try and shut the shield just enough that the pillar can still escape, but some of the light isn't burning my retinas.
All right, so the pillar is almost a perfect fit into this tunnel. You feel like if you close the shield at all, the pillar is not going to go out. But with that said, if you push the pillar up into the hole, it's going to block the sunlight.
Well, I'm gonna close the shield until the pillar is close to the ceiling, and then I will open it.
All right, fair.
Push it out the rest of the way.
So up top, you guys watch your friends go in and then shut the door behind them. But then a couple of minutes later, it opens back up, and you're greeted by this big, tall, shiny glass black pillar. Looks almost a little bit like obsidian, sort of. But up in the sunlight, especially with your good perception, Nordo, you do see that it has these strange markings and etchings in these bizarre geometric patterns, kind of fractal-like. Nordo, you've seen similar patterns on Nomad Spell Focus before.
Okay.
Again, very faint. They're not like deep etchings. It's just kind of this very faint pattern on the surface of this shiny black pillar that rises up and up in the air, just kind of poking up in the sky.
Similar also to what we saw inside of the spire, right?
Correct.
Now what?
I believe the Sunken Observatory is excited.
Oh no.
Well, good for it. A theory. Perhaps we require actual starlight to hit this rock to refract in here.
Or we just moved it up the ley.
That too.
I want to mess with all the knobs and see what they do.
I push up the ley!
Alright, you push up the ley, and as you do, you see that more strange openings come out, mostly from the bottom half of this copper sphere, and the bottom half of the room, the bottom hemisphere, is just filled with this blinding white light. Just a flat white light that fills the entire bottom half of the room.
Well, Gale hates that.
Then what?
I want to die. So I curl up and cover my eyes.
I push up the sky.
Alright, now the exact same thing happens to the top half of the room. Honestly, you get it about a third of the way up, and it's like as bright as the bottom half of the room. If you push it more than that, like it is literally causing heat, like sunburn levels of light that is just flooding the upper half of this room.
I turned them both down.
Okay, you turn them both down, and it gets a little dimmer. Or a lot dimmer, I should say.
Puzzle
I
time.
offer Gale like a blindfold made of like this clothing from the Mind Flayers. Check out this fabric. It's not lycra.
So, Flick, what do you know about these constellations? Do they appear during certain times of the day? It looks like we have 6/11, 9/24, different times of the year, I'm assuming?
Give me Navigator's Tools. So, you definitely recognize every single one of these. They're pretty basic. They're commonly used for navigation. None of those names are right. You've never heard any of those names used for any of those constellations.
Well, I recognize all the shapes, but the names are all wrong.
It is also translated, so perhaps it's just different language.
Or they just got them wrong. Okay,
Perhaps, or maybe the names have different meanings.
maybe. Okay, what does the grid lever do? Did you move that one?
No, that was already like that when I came in. I think it affects the grid on the ceiling.
Yeah, as you kind of fiddle with it, it kind of toggles that grid on and off.
Okay, well, we probably want that on.
Perhaps we should move the echo down into here and have the light refract off of it onto the grid.
Yeah, we'll try that.
All right, you wheel this thing back down. A little bit of sunlight starts to pour back in. You kind of just like fiddle with it. You move it left and right, and you try different heights. And no matter what you do,
I have an idea.
it lets more sunlight in, but it doesn't really do anything like special or fancy.
I want to move it to about here.
All right.
Turn off the shield.
Okay.
And then turn up the lev to about half.
All right. You turn it up. And,
Oh, sorry, not lev. Sorry, not lev. Sky to half. Sorry, lev to down.
At about half, it fills the upper half of the room with light. It's bright. It's not like blinding, but it's bright. Just
Okay,
daylight.
turn it a little bit down. Is any of the light refracting off of the pillar?
I mean, you kind of notice as the daylight filters down through it. It does have kind of like a glass-like quality to it. You see little bits of like sparkling sun rays that kind of go down through it.
I want to close the shield so that there's no light in here coming from.
Gotcha. Then in that case, yeah, you don't notice any like strange behavior from the pillar.
Can I read any of the patterns on the pillar? Is it Qualis?
It is not.
Nothing is ever Qualis.
Yeah, it is strange to you. It's not Qualith. It appears to be very geometric. It seems very fractal in design, but it doesn't. You try to read it as if it was Qualith, just feeling to see if there are any words or messages hidden in it. And it isn't. It's just kind of a design, a pattern.
Oh, in fact, last level up, I learned the language of math, so I think I can read this.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Geometry, if you will. I learned geometry.
It says, this is just a pretty design, probably. Who knows?
I like how someone took the time to write that down.
I give myself proficiency in this entire thing.
Okay.
Just this entire machine. I don't know what it is, but I'm proficient in it now.
Are you popping Channel Divinity for real?
I guess. I'm like, what? Does it help?
Are you committing to it? Are you actually popping?
Yes, I am committing to it. Like, I'm just going to use. I only get one of these a day until I'm level.
Okay. All right. So, Nomad, you channel this cloud of memories and thoughts and echoes within you, searching for anything relevant to this, and you draw upon its power, and you have this faint vision of a tabaxi with kind of just this plain brown fur, and he seems to be bent over a big white crystal ball, perfectly smooth, about the size of a beach ball, and he seems to be kind of spraying it with some sort of a chemical, and then wiping it down with a rag, and then he sets it on top of a bowl-shaped recess in a pillar of black glass-like material, very similar to this. He kind of puts this weird brass shielding on top of it, and he starts to crank it upwards. And as it does, it goes through a hole in the ceiling, and you're in some sort of unfamiliar stone room. And he just keeps turning and turning until eventually it clicks in place. And then he reaches down to his pocket. And you can kind of feel something in your pocket that squeezes. And then you hear a voice that says, that did it. It's working. Alright, we're good. We got a clear picture. And your memory kind of ends, but your proficiency with this device remains. anything you do related to this, you will add proficiency to.
Something squishy in the pocket, like that thing Ace found.
What's this button do? Also, Nomad, look at this thing I found.
As you look at that button, you do also see that it is more of like an indicator light than a button. It doesn't press in; it looks like it lights up. But it is
I
not
put my
currently
I put my squishy on it and see if what happens.
All right, you put your squishy on it, and it still feels a little bit kind of squishy. Do you like squish it really hard into it, or are you just like pushing it next to it?
I'm not a monster.
Okay.
Hold on. Is that sphere in the center still there?
It is.
We might need to reach that thing there. I had another one of those. That's so Raven visions.
Oh, being a raven myself.
Yes. You're a much better Raven than I am. However, we require some sort of ball. Orb. I like the word orb. Sphere is good too.
Ball, maybe.
Yes, that is the only one I can see in this room, right? The one in the center.
Yeah, you just see a big like copper machine, and that looks way too big compared to the thing that you saw in your vision. Also,
That
But
is
what
too
about
big.
my new squishy?
Yeah, what is this squishy?
Look at my squishy.
all right, you have a blue pill-shaped squishy rock in your palm.
And I squish it.
Okay, you squish it, and something is going to happen. But before that, Flick, what are you up to?
Oh my god.
The name Stagshore, does that sound familiar to me on purpose, or is that
I mean, it sounds like the same name.
okay? Interesting.
The first name is different. That wasn't his
Yeah.
name.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. I was just checking.
Sure. As you take this rock and everybody gathers around and you squish it, and there's a little bit of like a static and a hum, and then the sound of just like background noise, and then you hear a voice coming from the rock. I don't like it, Stilton. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful constellation, but this is what now? The seventh in 4 months? Stars don't just come from nowhere, not like we're seeing here. Either something out there is making stars, or they've been there all along and we're just now seeing them for the first time. Like, something was in the way. I don't like it. Anyway, it sounds like the sponsors want another visit this afternoon, so you'll have to finish the Echo Pillar without me. Honestly, I'd rather be polishing that rod than barrels, but Ripley came by yesterday and it seemed pretty urgent, so I should probably field this one too. Can't be showing preferential treatment or he'll throw another tantrum. Make sure you give the orb a once over too. It doesn't matter how clean the pillars are if the orb is smudged. Oh fuck, never mind, barrels here. You know what to do. Good luck.
The sphere is dirty.
Clean
Also,
the sphere.
what
That
language
was-
is that in, by
That
the
was
way?
all in Undercommon.
I translate it in real time.
Yes, the sphere. He was using some sort of chemical to clean it. It was not that sphere, though. It was something crystalline.
Do you
Let's
mean
look
you had
around.
did you have a vision as them?
What?
You said that they cleaned it with something else. Did you? Well, you said you had your vision. Were you one of them?
I was, I think, right? When I have my visions, do I take their bodies, or am I like watching?
I mean,
their-
it feels like you are reliving through their own eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
So you saw someone bent over a sphere.
Yes, and there was something in my pocket. A picture was clear. I don't remember quite what it was.
Was it the squishy?
It kind of felt the same as the squishy.
It
He just
felt
never took it
very
out of his pocket.
Yeah, I feel like this is some sort of recording device.
Interesting. So we need to clean off this. Is there a sphere in here? In fact, I forget.
You take a look around, you don't see a sphere that matches what he saw in his vision. Like, there's that
Yeah.
big mechanical thing, which is sphere-shaped, but it's way too big and the wrong material.
Is there a
Um,
door out of this room, like over here?
Yeah, there's a door out of
Right
there. And
here.
also, as you are looking around, you do see that at the bottom of this brass contraption, there is another, like, hole that is roughly the right size for this pillar that is currently empty. It goes into that machine. But yeah, there's a
That's
door
the
right
one
here.
we're looking-
and it says exit and undercommon right next to it.
Does that seem like where the water door's at, or no?
Nordo was pretty confident that that was on the south side of the building, and this is on the north side. So,
Gotcha.
no, you've kind of maintained a good sense of direction. You have several of you who are good at survival down here.
I'm a ranger Earl.
Flick, as you kind of push this door open, it opens pretty easily. You are immediately greeted by a stone stairwell that wraps down and to the left. And you can see that as you look down and to the left, there's a little bit of a faint blue light coming from down there.
That must be what we are searching for. Could I try putting my orb into the recess first? See if anything happens.
So, sure, but how do you get to it?
Like the orby thingy?
Yeah. So, there's
Don't I just walk down there? Because gravity's pushing me?
You can. The issue is that this room is spherical. So, if you were standing at the bottom of the room over here, if this was a side view, that's a good 15, 20 feet above you.
He has mage hand, doesn't he?
No. Can I just walk there? Or is it in the center
Yeah,
of the room?
it's suspended in the center.
No, I mean the place, the pedestal where they were shining the crystal.
Oh, you don't see anything like that. You see this pillar, which is the same material, but you don't see. He had this thing that was set on a pillar of kind of the same size, but it had a bowl-shaped recess that the ball was set in, and you don't see anything like that on that pillar.
Yeah. And just that brass ball thing with the water underneath it.
Yep.
But that's too big.
Yep, definitely something else.
Right, let's check the next room. We might find something there.
Alright, as you guys start to kind of push down the stairs.
Before that,
Sure.
Did they bring down my stuff?
That's a good question. Let's cut up top real quick, see if you guys are doing anything, or if you're still just waiting. Nordo, Moat, and Elise, you saw this thing come up. It's no longer possible to really send anything else down there. It's probably been 5 or 10 minutes. Are you guys doing anything unusual? Or are you just chilling out until you hear from them?
I'm just being or just sitting on the side, chit-chatting, I think.
Alright. And that...
Also, I lowered the pillar so that it was not outside.
Oh, that's right. That's a good point. You did bring this back down a bit. Put that aside. So they lowered you your daggers
If
for
Ace
sure.
mentions that he does want his stuff, and probably just to check up. Can anybody hear me? Or am I a robot?
Yeah, you're good.
You're fine now, yeah.
If Ace mentions it, and probably just to check up before we continue on anyway, I will just message up to Nordo. And be like, hey, sorry about that big old weird pillar that came out of there. We're just fucking around with some old levers and shit down here. We're not really sure what we're doing, but he kind of wants his stuff. Can you send that down?
Sure, you want me just drop it down the hole there?
Lower the rope, please.
So
Lower it with the rope, please.
Alright, I do that. I lower his stuff down through.
Wicked. Thank you.
Anytime, you just gotta let us know if you need us to make our way down there. You get yourselves into any trouble.
Yeah, sure. We'll keep in touch. I'll be right here. You won't even hear me.
Alright.
Until I want you to.
What's up?
how much water is in that stairwell?
Looking down the stairwell, you can smell faintly water, but you don't see any. It appears dry. You feel like there might be some
Okay.
farther down, but you don't see or hear any immediately.
What about the stairwell leading down here?
So yeah, that just kind of leads onto the side of this spherical room. It twists until it is sideways and lowers kind of onto the side of the room. This entire spherical room is just a little bit moist, like some water has leaked in over the years, but it's dry for the most part.
Okay, weird.
But yeah, as you guys make your way down the stairs, you do find the source of the blue lights, which appear to be two blue lit up etchings of arrows with some more undercommon carved into the stone. Let me just bring you over here. You are coming from the upper direction. You see
Astrology to biology.
Yeah, it seems like you are coming from astrology. There's an arrow pointing downwards to another stairwell It says biology. And then there is a metal door similar to the one that you just came through, with the red carved runes in Undercommon that say exit.
Does it sound like there's like water on the other side of this door?
Give me a perception check.
Why am I rolling so bad today?
You don't really hear much. It's pretty quiet. You definitely hear a little bit of water kind of lapping against metal from down here, which seems to be kind of like drowning out anything that you would be able to hear through this door.
I'll knock on this door to see if it like has like a weird resonating sound, if it sounds hollow or if it sounds like there's like actual water on the other side of this door.
Sure. You knock a couple times, and you get kind of just a hollow, metallic ring that kind of echoes through the stairwell, and you can kind of hear it bouncing around on the other side of the door as well. It doesn't sound like it's full of water to you. And you can actually see there's a little seam, like it's not airtight. There's a little bit on the bottom of the door as well, and there's no water like pouring through it.
Gotcha. Should we go this way first and look around? Because we go?
Sure.
All right. You pop this door open, and you're greeted by a large spherical stone room. Let me reveal some things. You do notice once you get the door open that there is just a little bit of faint trickling water coming from another door on the south side of this room. But it trickles across the floor immediately into a little chasm and drips down far below. It appears to have just been split open with decay. You see that there are some tables and some research desks. There are a couple of metal shelves that are mostly empty, just more rotted papers and little bits of linens and stuff. There's some metal chairs that have been scattered and mostly decayed with time. The first thing that you really catch are these strange, bright red and crimson vein-like plants that have overgrown a big chunk of this room. They are bright red and thick, and they've got this almost mold-like sliminess to them. You do also notice that there are scattered on the ground in places sharp fragments of bone that you can occasionally make out like a skull or a femur, but a lot of it has just been splintered into bits.
Does it look like the stuff from the weird head bat cave?
It does actually look pretty. It does actually look pretty similar to that. Yes. You do see that there is an exit door to the south, and there is water trickling out of that into the hole. There is another grate, kind of similar to the one that you found up top over here, that is currently a couple inches ajar. And then at the north side of the room, there is a glass chamber that is protecting a big metal door behind it. So it's this big metal door that is surrounded by glass that has another littler door on the front of it. So like you would walk in the first door to get to the second door. The first door has some blue carved runes at the top of it that say sterile vault in Undercommon. And it has three little symbols beneath it.
Interesting. All right. This looks important, but perhaps we should go further down first before we go in there. I see those bones things that we saw back in the desert in that cave.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those.
Onward, I assume?
Going down, yeah. Keep going down for a little bit.
All right.
I'm going to start sneaking, by the way, since I see those bone shards.
Sure. Let me get stealth checks.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I missed a few things. Are we rolling?
They want to go a little bit farther downstairs stealthily.
Oh, I'll
Just to-
wait up here.
All right. As you guys proceed downward, as you get about halfway down the stairs, the smell of stagnant algae and water gets a lot stronger, and you can hear kind of the lapping of water against metal. Eventually, you can see the bottom of this stairwell, still dry, but there's a metal door that just the entire floor is kind of just damp and kind of grown over with mold. And you can hear water lapping against metal on the other side of it. But as you're kind of cautiously and quietly approaching, there is a low rumbling that begins, kind of familiar to those of you who took a watch overnight. You can feel everything just kind of subtly vibrate and shift and shake, and then there's this awful low wailing moan, like a blue whale in pain. That just rises up through the other side of the door and echoes across the stone walls and the stairwell all around you guys. And it lasts for probably 6 or 7 seconds or so, and then everything kind of goes quiet.
Like a crybaby?
Little, but it's a very deep noise. Or at least it starts deep.
Did I hear that?
Yes, up top you guys did experience the same thing that you had seen overnight a few times. The water
Also
starts to kind of pelt and boil, and you hear this low moan and a little bit of rumble.
Seeing this mold, I tie a bandana across my face because you never know. Let's head back up real quick. This seems very not good.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow suit on that. I'm gonna turn around to the people that came down with the rest of us. Not even gonna risk speaking out loud this close to the door, so I'm just gonna message Ace, even though I'm standing like 2 feet away from him. I'm like, "Hey, I think we should leave that door closed."
100%.
And assuming I can reach Nordo, I don't know if we're 300 feet below yet, but if not, I will message him too, and I'll be like, "Hey, we might have found that door that crybaby thing is coming behind, or he's hiding behind. We hear it real close. I'm real scared. You should maybe think about coming down here. That might need some help."
So as you try to find a line for your message to travel through, you do actually spot that in the ceiling of this room, there is yet another opening, about the right size for a pillar to go through. And you can kind of feel the magic of your message go up through that tube, which, just based on the way that you've traveled, probably leads into the big circular astrology chamber that you just came from. Although you didn't see a hole in the bottom of the floor there. But it does eventually reach you, Nordo, and you're able to respond.
All right. Well, a couple things. One, we did hear that sound, so I'm glad to hear y'all all right. Two, I suppose we'll try to find a way to get down there. I don't know if I'm built fit, but we'll figure something out. Third and finally, could you just maybe speak up a little bit when you send me those messages? You're freaking me out with that voice.
No need to be alarmed.
Not alarmed, more just,
Disturbed?
well, I heard the sound of some strange eldritch horror in the depths, and then I heard your whisper, and one of those was worse than the other.
I see how it is.
But we'll work on making our way down.
This sterile room is very interesting to me. A hand with Wi-Fi, a key, the star chart.
Are you sure that's not? It looks like one of those like automatic hand signals, like it's an for like a paper towel dispenser. So maybe that means wash your hands.
This
Then,
is a sterile room.
Yeah, makes sense.
What do I know about this plant that with the red? Is that all this mold stuff is making me uncomfortable?
All right, you give me a nature check, and meanwhile, jumping to the top, what are Nordo and Moat doing to start getting down?
I would like to go down the stairs that we went down originally with the water and just attempt to open that door. I assume it's a stretch.
Yeah, so as soon as you pull, you do find that it's not locked. It starts to pull a little bit, and those of you inside can hear somebody trying to pull. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. You are, as you predicted, met with a ton of resistance.
How far down is this door? Can I hold my breath long enough to swim down and help him?
It's like 40 feet, and it's a long way down, but you have good con, right?
What's my con? +2?
Yeah, that's enough. It's not like a difficult swim. In fact, there's even probably a handrail that goes down there. So yeah, you can help him with it. Give me athletics with advantage, one of you.
If it matters, also, I would have held on to the crowbar for this purpose if Ace would have let me.
Sure.
I couldn't have stopped you from not putting it in my bag, so.
Delightful. Ace, as you kind of hear them trying to get this door open, and you see little surges of water getting through the gap as they slightly equalize the pressure and are working on getting it open, you kind of take a closer look at this weird root, trying to figure out what it is. You at first don't recognize it. It's very unusual, very foreign. It kind of reminds you of something that you might see in the Underdark, but something about it just isn't. You know, it feels familiar, but that's not right. It's not Underdark. It's somewhere else. It's somewhere worse. It's somewhere infernal. It's somewhere otherworldly. This is not something native to this plane. This is from another place.
No, Nordo, stop opening the door.
Do I hear that?
Oh boy.
Vasu, message Nordo. Tell him to stop opening the door.
Yeah, I'll pass the message along. That sounds urgent. And I won't whisper it this time.
Alright, yeah, you get that message.
Hey, Turtle Soup!
There's something
Quick,
dangerous.
open that fucking door!
There's something dangerous on the other side.
Two things. That volume was much better. I appreciate that. And I will stop opening the door now. Why? What's going on in there?
I don't know. Ace tried to tell you to, but I don't think you could hear him. It sounded real urgent. Keep you in the loop, though.
That plant seems very infernal to me.
Oh.
I'll have to go over that. That does not seem very good. This room gives me the heebie-jeebies.
You do notice that as the water kind of rushed through the door as they made gap, these little bits between where the water rushes down into the chasm started to retreat away from it, almost like they were shying away from it. They're hydrophobic. Almost like they're alive, sort of, but they're clearly plants or molds or fungus of some sort. But they do retreat away from the water.
You did see that, correct?
Yeah. Should I make more water on top of them?
May I cast mage armor on myself?
No, you're not allowed to.
Notably, about this point, Moat, you're like, oh, I gotta either go in or go
Yeah,
out.
as soon as he lets go of the door, I go up.
Alright.
Alright, I guess... If they're gonna come through here, it's gonna... We might prepare for... I don't know what'll happen. I'm gonna go over here next to... I'm gonna go over here.
Alright.
And I go to have my bow out. And for the ready. Alright, I guess if he needs to open the door, he can. But I don't know what will happen.
I thought that we should try splashing some water on it before we open the door all the way. But I will message Nordo again. Just be like, so there's some demonic plants or something in here? They sound real spooky. We're all a little concerned. We just don't want you to go anywhere near them. But we're trying some shit out. They don't seem to like water, so I don't know. We're gonna try some stuff.
All right, I'll be waiting to hear otherwise.
All right, so I should splash them, right? Is that what we're doing?
All right, Flick. hit him with
Perhaps
a
don't
splash
stand so
attack.
close.
Alright, so what are you guys doing?
But we splash it, and then depending on the result of that, I might try burning them too.
Okay.
Or otherwise.
So you kind of grab a little water and you fling it over, and you can definitely tell they react. The vines kind of pull away a little bit and they retreat kind of over towards the safety of this southeastern wall. As they do, you can see that inside of the vines they light up. They turn this bright orange, fiery color, and you can see these little bubbles form on the surface of the vine, almost like bubble wrap that just threaten to pop, but they eventually kind of like simmer back down before they boil over and they retreat away.
Okay,
Perhaps
I'm not
no
gonna
fire.
light those on fire.
Infernal usually means fire is good, so do not use fire. Has it moved away from the door?
You've kind of like got the here. Let me just mark some of these. Like you kind of scared these off that went over a bit, and kind of a little bit of these, and then also these have just retreated naturally because of the water flowing into the chasm. So you've got some of this cleared off, yeah.
Can you do more of that, or is there a limit to how much you can do that flick?
I mean, I didn't do anything. We just flicked water on it. If I make water, it's going to make a lot of water.
Did we just like throw water skin on there?
Yeah, I assumed you guys just like splash it with a water skin or something like that.
I'm gonna go walk over to that stuff with my axe.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and chop it,
All right.
Based on those pustules, they might.
but I'm gonna try. Because they said it was infernal, I'm gonna try and channel a little bit of moat into this.
Okay.
I give you my blessing.
I appreciate it. With Moat's blessing, I am going to do the following.
Ooh.
That's my first mate. There he is.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
I like cut it with my axe.
some things happen. You chop into your axe, and as soon as you do, almost like poking into the thick surface of like a magma lake and revealing this bright orange magma underneath it, there is just this sudden spray of bright orange burning liquid that sprays up out of where you've made this incision. And then two different sources of ignition begin. First, your searing smite causes an arc of flames to just kind of travel over the exterior of the root, spreading for a few feet in each direction. But then, like a second after your smite goes through, you start to hear popping noises from where you cut, and then pop, 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 and it starts to travel all the way down these roots throughout the entire room until, bit by bit, like a trail of flash powder, all of these vines erupt into this big ball of flames. The heat kind of bounces off all the different walls. I think the only one close enough to actually need a dex save is Gale. Everybody else was kind of prepared for shit to hit the fan. But Gale, give me a DC 12 dex save. You just take 9 fire damage as basically the entire eastern side of this room erupts in a fireball. But then, as you're kind of like, as the heat settles and you kind of wipe away your eyes to see what's going on, this affects all of you. You notice that the air around you has filled with this awful sulfuric, almost spicy yellow gas that has just filled the room, the entire chamber. It's burning your eyes. It's making you kind of tear up. I need a Constitution saving throw from everyone in that room.
Is the handkerchief put over my face helping at all?
Yeah, I'll give you advantage on the save.
On con?
Yep, con save. Okay. Is that everyone? There we go. Okay.
First was Searing Smite. 12 was my con for this.
Gotcha, perfect. You guys do all make it. You can feel that your eyes are watering. You're starting to go blind. You're coughing. It's uncomfortable. It's like you've been pepper sprayed. But after a few seconds, you do manage to kind of fight off the effects. You keep things over your mouth and your nose and your eyes. And when you do finally kind of regain your vision and the tears fade away, you do see that all of these roots have basically burst into flames, released a gas, and are now gone.
Well, that's one way to do it.
I told you we should have used fire. I'm gonna pat Gale on the shoulder, and be like, "Oh, that was great, fantastic work."
Blackened scales char peel off as you touch me.
Oh,
Is there anything else moving around the room, or is it kind of quiet other than us?
Give me a perception check. And what's up, Nordo?
If I heard, I don't know how. Did I hear like just now an explosion of a erupting flame in there, or was there any sound that made it?
A little bit. It's more of a fireball than a true pressure explosion, but you probably would have heard a little bit of a flash, yeah.
Okay,
and
not
Ace,
like a massive explosion.
Yeah, as everything kind of goes quiet, yeah, you don't hear any other movements or anything coming from in the room or from the stairs or anything like that.
Cool. I just want to make sure that didn't summon some demon for somehow.
So can I open the door now?
Quick, important but not important question, depending on how you think about it. Does Shu speak Infernal?
I believe Shu only communicates telepathically with you. I think that's it. I think that
Can
is.
he understand?
I think that is the only form of language that it is even possible for a familiar. I'll double check that just to be sure, but I think that's it.
I think they said that they speak the languages that you know or understand.
As far as I see, all they can do is communicate telepathically with you. I don't think they understand any languages or anything like that.
Okay.
But yeah, one way or another, with Nordo and Flick, you guys are able to kind of equalize the rest of the water, which pours into this big crack. You can hear it splashing somewhere far down below. But the door does open, and eventually all of the water that was stockpiled in the stairwell drains out.
That's my cue. I walk down the stairs.
Perfect. Easy peasy.
So the plaque is above the door, the first door, right?
Yeah, so at the first door, it's a sterile vault. It's got those 3 icons. And as you kind of look through on the other door, the glass is a little frosted, but there's enough of you to kind of make it out. You can see that there is, first of all, a message across the top of it, again written in Undercommon. And that message reads, "Warning. Entry to the sterile vault without proper sterilization procedures is inconducive to the longevity of our research and is therefore forbidden. Unaccompanied access to the sterile vault is forbidden." But then, over that message, almost like it's been scratched out, there are these awful, twisted, infernal runes. Who here speaks Infernal or Abyssal?
Me.
Me as well.
Shocker.
I pretend to.
Gale totally speaks it. Absolutely, everyone believes it. So above that
I
message,
speak Qualit. I mean, I read Qualit.
it's close. So above that message in Infernal is a message which a few of you understand. To say Vulpeculum minoris, and then a weird pattern of letters and numbers. And below that warning and below the Infernal, you do see that there is this strange grid of buttons, sort of, that are kind of just this darker metal, and then a little slot right next to it. And that part is all on the bigger door inside of this glass chamber.
Well, that Inferno that says Vulpeculum minoris, which was one of the constellations from the other room. So that's nifty, I guess.
These might be classifications of organism and not the name of stars.
But it is the name of the star. I'm just pointing that out.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps there's something in this room that might correlate to that.
Perhaps if we make that constellation appear upstairs. It will help to unlock this door. It looks like we need a constellation, a key, and something with a hand.
That's really inconvenient. I hate when things are really inconvenient. Please know that. It's almost like this entire thing was constructed to be as difficult for them as possible. No wonder they were wiped out.
What was the whole thing that the door said again?
It's just been posted over there in chat.
Even the infernal part?
No, the infernal part is up here.
Gotcha. So that must be the west southwest, west 45, northwest 15.
Well, we're not getting any more information standing here.
So, yeah.
It sounds like in order for this to work, we need to get the orb that Nomad was talking about. So perhaps we have to go down there to fight the big beastie. Or we can just open up this tunnel and take a look inside.
So many options.
So what do you guys want to do?
Go downstairs.
All right.
We could take a peek first. That could be more helpful than just
How
bursting
do
through a door.
you open the thing.
The same where we opened the other one with the crowbar.
That broke it, though. I don't think that's what it's intended to open.
You said it broke it, but it works just fine upstairs.
It damaged it.
Yeah, but this one also, aside
Oh
from
no! Too bad we want to keep this location forever because we're going to live here.
you know, aside from the threat of imminent drowning that's everywhere in this place, this door also has some real spooky fucking sounds and wailing coming from behind it. So, I think I'm gonna follow the instructions on these signs here, and I'm gonna try to properly sterilize myself or whatever before I go fucking with any of these crybabies.
That does seem like a wise idea.
Maybe I'm just being superstitious, but that thing sounds real scary and real loud.
Great. Okay, where's the key?
I don't know. Let's go look for it downstairs instead of behind the door that's locked with that key. I don't think it's gonna be behind there.
I think he meant the portal in the middle, porthole in the middle.
The thing I'm
of the
standing on, we could open it with the crowbar just like we did to get into here to
Oh,
begin
that.
with. And we could look inside and see what's spooky down there. And if it's gigantic, it could not fit through this little hole.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about trying to pry open the door to the sterile vault where we heard the spooky sounds coming from behind, and I'm
No,
not okay
the
with
spooky
that.
sounds came from down here.
Oh,
where
they
we are
did.
headed- Where we are
Oh,
headed
okay.
currently. So we can either head through the door where it's at currently, or we can try to get a sneak peek at it.
I want to go downstairs.
Down is good. Down is home.
All right. Are you?
Maybe to you.
Flick wants to just go downstairs. Ace wants to pop the manhole open and look first. Which one do you guys want to do?
I kind of miss the sun, if I gotta be honest. I know I'm probably alone here.
If you want to look in the hole, I guess that's fine. I'll just wait impatiently.
I'll join you, Basadi. I miss the sun too.
I'm not gonna go back upstairs.
Unfortunately, I do need Nordo to
I
help.
say it.
What's Gale doing?
I agree with Flick, and we should.
Fine, let's just go then.
Okay. You guys start to make your way down the stairs. And
All right, I'll be brave.
Flick bravely leading the charge for all of you brave people who are so brave as you cowardly make your way down the stairs.
I would hold your hand if you wish.
You do find, eventually at the bottom of the stairs, there is an iron door that is currently closed. You can definitely hear beyond it water against metal just kind of lapping around. It doesn't... I guess somebody give me a perception check. It doesn't sound like it is immediately on the other side of the door. You can just definitely tell that there's like water somewhere on the other side of the store coming from some direction. But it doesn't seem like it's beating against this particular door. There is a strong smell, though, of just stagnant water and algae and plant life and, muck.
Please follow the buddy system. Hold your buddy's hand and
Yeah,
do not
where's
go.
where's Elise? She walked down with us too.
Yeah, she's with you. She's at the back.
Okay, just making sure.
All right. As you guys, do you open the door?
Do we have to?
I don't know.
Also, I have a quick question for everyone. Because I know that we have some night vision goggles. We're not using a light source, are we? We're just using dark vision and night vision goggles, correct?
Yeah, which means Vasu is extra spooked.
Would you like an emerald green torch?
No, no, because it's harder to sneak.
I need to stop playing characters without dark vision. Hated it.
Do I see? It's a long shot, but like tracks of spooky monsters anywhere as we come down the stairs and approach the store.
Give me. Do you have dark vision?
Yeah, I got my goggles on.
Give me perception then, with disadvantage.
While he's doing that, do I see any other infernal around? Infernal writing anywhere?
Sure, you can give me perception with disadvantage.
Why the disadvantage?
Because dark vision is disadvantage.
Wait, if you have dark vision, it's disadvantage?
Yeah, so dark vision lets you see in darkness as if it was dim light. And dim
oh,
light
right.
disadvantage. You're keeping an eye open, though. There's, you feel like it'd be pretty obvious if there was writing on the wall. There's a whole expression about it. And you don't see any. Likewise, Nordo, you keep an eye out for, tracks. You do see, there are definitely signs of traffic because it has kind of scraped away little bits of mold that have grown around the corners and whatnot that have not grown around the stairs. You can also see every now and then just faint scratches along the sides of the stone of the wall. And actually, as you look at this door, you can see that near the handle there's a lot of awkward scratching, like when a cat or a dog knows that the door handle opens the door somehow, but they don't really know how it works, so they just scratch at it. There's some of that going on here.
And does that look like hundreds of years old, or like days or weeks or months old?
Oh boy. Give me a survival check.
Would there be mold in?
Could I help him?
Sure.
And use my crate, yeah.
It is a combination. There are some that are old and rotted and have refilled with mold, and then there are some that look like they're maybe even as recent as a few days ago.
Okay. Not entirely sure we're alone in here, in case that wasn't already obvious. I would just have your weapons ready if we're going to open this door. It's been used.
Yeah, way ahead of you, and I hate to ask because I know this is piss a few people off, but can we turn the lights on too, please? Vasu says,
want a light
Sure. You're in shaking.
Tell you what, Vasu, how about we let the stealthy people go first, and when we hear combat, I will pull away the cover on one of these torches.
I'm supposed to be one of the stealthy people, though, and I can't see a fucking thing!
Do you want to...
Well, you're not really stealthy.
I am, though. I'm proficient in stealth.
I'm sorry, but you are too loud.
Do you want to hold on to my magic blue torch? You can turn it on and off.
Can
Just
I?
takes yeah.
Oh, this is wicked.
Yeah, just keep it safe.
Of course.
Where we never see that torch again.
This is it. Goodbye, torch.
Oh boy. Alright. Who's opening the door?
Not me.
Can I check for traps? Also, we left that guy's bones just far away.
Right.
Which guy?
Give me an
The
investigation.
the dead guy we're being a taxi for.
Well, we didn't mean to leave it. Our spire turned into a raft and took us away.
We can come back. It's just there.
All right, you check it very carefully, and it seems safe. It's very much like all the other metal doors that you found in here. It opens very easily. It has a locking mechanism. It is not currently locked. There's a little bit of a gap under the door. Honestly, it's kind of a very low security place. You have not found a lot of like rigid stuff around here. And sure enough, it looks clean. And you kind of pop it open, and the stairwell kind of opens up into this small stone chamber, and you're immediately overwhelmed by the smell of this like dank, murky overgrowth. Right in front of you, there's these metal shelves that have been overgrown with mold and algae. But behind this like veil of vegetation, you see crude trophies that have been constructed from bone and sinew. They've been arranged into these little statuettes and totems and fetishes. But beyond that, you see this faint green light, and you can see that this light is coming through thick glass that is heavily caked in scum and algae on the outside. And beyond the scum and algae, you can see the murky green of all the jungle water. It's occasionally dotted by like the glint of these scales of fish as they swim by. You can see there are these little shadows that occasionally move on the opposite sides of the glass, little frogs. And in the very middle of the room, in between all of these shelves, you do see another rather large metal contraption of some sort. And coming up out of the top of this contraption, you do see another black kind of glass pillar. And then finally, you do see that there are two doors leading out of this chamber, one to the left, one to the right. One of them, marked in Undercommon, says Aberration, and the other in Undercommon says Evolution. You do see that there are more of these splintered bone shards all across the floors in here. And Nordo, because you're keeping an eye out for it, almost immediately you see wet, fresh footprints of something with like 3 or 4 of these weird lizard-like clawed feet that just seem like they've paced around in this room through the doors back and forth pretty recently, pretty fresh.
Like minutes or like days?
With that survival check, like maybe minutes, like maybe active recently. And in fact, those of you who have really good hearing, which is a few of you, as you're just kind of taking a look around this room, you swear you hear this heavy, kind of labored breathing, but every time you turn and look, there's nothing there. But you just can't shake this feeling that you're being watched, that you're not alone in this room.
Can I swing my quarterstaff in the direction of where I hear the breathing?
Yeah, like you kind of wait for an opportunity where you know for sure that you've heard something. And you swing. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
You're gonna hit Moat.
Ow, my nose!
Disadvantage, I assume?
Right, yes.
I'll go ahead and go reckless to make it normal.
Sure.
I only breathe once every 30 minutes, Cobb.
You turn and you swing, and your quarterstaff slams into Moat. Smacks him right in the forehead, and you immediately see he just begins bleeding profusely from the forehead, more than you've really seen Moat bleed from a strike in, honestly, a really, like, in most of the combat that you've been in together. Immediately, like, howls out in pain, crumples on the floor.
Okay, I throw the quarterstaff down and start trying to stabilize him.
Alright. As you do, Moat comes around the corner and sees this happening.
What's going on, buddy? Do I see anything else am I on the ground in front of myself?
Yeah, you see yourself on the ground right next to Nordo, bleeding profusely from the head.
What the fuck is this?
There is...
Are we all in the same room right now?
Yeah, you guys can kind of put yourself wherever you want to be in this room.
Okay. All right. I see.
You have a twin.
As soon as I see two moats, I back myself up into the corner, barely stopping myself from screaming a turn on this torch.
All right, you do.
Sorry, dark vision people.
As soon as the torch lights up, there is a horrible, horrible screaming, not from you, but from this other moat. You watch as it just begins to melt. The skin sloughs away, revealing this bright crimson red ooze that immediately fills the air with that iron smell that you had smelled before, Ace. Until the entire image of Moat collapses into a puddle of blood that begins to slither towards the door next to Flick.
Oh,
What the fuck is happening?
I know.
Oh,
this
God,
is out of
that's-
character.
Well, let's see. We have
Scary and
evolution and
disgusting.
aberration, so it's probably
Well,
an aberration.
This is fun.
well, that's
It's one of those
solution's
weird
a lot
blood.
less
Yeah, it's really bad.
Oh look.
So if it starts like slithering away, I take another like strike at it.
Yeah, go for it.
I for sure pop Divine Sense also.
Okay. Yeah, let's go and... This is going to be quick, but like, let's throw up a round of initiative and see what happens.
Also, is I'm gonna be on the same turn anyway, but for future instance, is lighting that torch a bonus action or?
I think it's a full action, but like, you did it before any of this went down.
For next time, I might need to.
Right.
Shu did it, to be fair.
That's true.
I'll look it up. It's somewhere in my bag.
Action.
Toggle does an action.
Okay.
This is
Some
why I
really
offered
good
mine.
initiative.
All I have to do to activate my torch is pull off the cover. Just like a bonus action at most. I would like to use my action to kill myself on these spikes preemptively.
Alright. As this thing starts to slither towards the door next to Flick, Ace, you are quick to react. What would you like to do?
First off, I'm going to Hunter's Market.
Alright.
It's called a womb echo.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? I hate the sound of it.
There's a lever up there named Echo as well.
Alright, Hunter's Mark is up.
Oh, are we acting? Sorry, I wasn't holding the button. Thank you. Acting as normal, right? So I can get first round of combat shit.
Yeah, go for it.
It's next to Flick, correct? Oh, wait, I have advantage. Never mind.
Next
Doesn't
to
matter
Nordo
anyways.
currently, but yeah, you're good. Holy shit, yeah, that is a good solid hit for 15. More of this just thick coagulated blood is sprayed back by your shot. 15 also hits for another 17.
17. That's all I got.
Alright, Flick, you see this thing screaming and this just ooze of blood kind of coming towards you, straight towards you.
The fuck is this? I don't like that.
Woo!
Oh, fuck. The 11, you panic, and the shot just goes up. It kind of smacks into this heavy glass that is separating you from the lake. You see just a tiny little spider, kind of, not an actual spider, but like a spider crack of glass. But your second one hits dead on for 22 force damage. There's a spray that splashes onto Nordo and Moat as a big chunk of this thing is just dissolved. Anything else?
Nope.
Alright, Vasu.
I'm gonna fly over here, and still in full panic mode, with Shu on my shoulder, clutching this torch. I'm like, "Oh God, kill it! Kill it! Kill it!"
16 hits for 10, and 23 hits for another 9. As each of these hits are sinking in, you watch as just false body parts, an arm here, a leg there, go flying off and just dissolve into blood. And then finally, as this thing is kind of running towards you, almost to the door, you pull out your fiery talons and just slash straight through this thing. There is a cooking sizzle.
I'm just gonna heel drop it as it's scribbling toward me.
Yep. And you hear the screaming from this thing just whistle away like a teapot that is finally cooling down. But as the last bit of this kind of dissipates and spreads across the floor, you're pretty certain that you can hear the screaming continue from deeper in from the door behind Flick. But for the time being, everything goes quiet.
Divine sense.
Divine sense.
I start
Pretty good.
I start screaming that wait, we don't know that was the fake moat.
It's true, we don't.
Moat. If I asked that weird sludge pile what 1 + 1 was, what would it say?
I don't think it could talk.
It was real good at screaming.
It might just scream at you. Whatever it would say, I'm sure it'd be the right answer, though. If it was my clone, it must be.
Yeah, this is the
It's
real moat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moat, you throw up a divine sense, and so you get location.
Oh, it doesn't get aberrations. My bad. I'm gonna do it anyway, but
Yeah, it doesn't get aberrations, but it does get fiends, and that thing does ring up as fiendish.
ooh, spooky.
It makes sense that since the fiendish shit upstairs.
I didn't see any of that.
We did tell you about it though, because that's why we said don't come in.
Yeah. Don't come in here. We're indecent.
We're naked. Don't come in.
I would like to activate my once per week.
Has this place
I
been
think-
consecrated or desecrated?
This place has. Ooh, hang on.
Sorry, I'm just reading through what all I get with divine sense.
So it doesn't work if it's behind cover. You're close enough. I'm going to give it to you. The exact spot that you're standing in, no, but you sense desecrated ground from behind the floor or the door that Flick is standing in front of.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, sorry, what was that, Nomad?
Could I activate my once per week thing? Detect evil and good?
Yeah, what does that do? Let me check. There we go.
What's this? It's from Theologian Feet.
Within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located. If an object has been magically consecrated or desecrated, the spell can penetrate most barriers. It's blocked by a foot of stone. That's a lot of stone. An inch of common metal, or a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. Okay.
Common metal.
So, there are... So with that, because that also picks up aberrations, you get the sense that that thing is both aberration and fiend. You're getting little bits of vibes from both of it. You do definitely also get the sense that there is desecrated ground behind the door that Flick is standing in front of. You sense that there are more aberration fiend presence coming from in that room. You sense, hard to say, probably like 4 or 5, but like they keep coming in and out of range, so it's a little hard to say.
Oh, there's possibly more than 4 or 5 then.
You also sense that there is a fiend, right here.
There's a what?
There's a fiend.
Oh, a
he's
feed.
he's right here.
Yeah.
In the pillar.
It's just standing in this
Inside of
space.
Oh, I'm going
Whatever
to
it is,
like.
it's just right behind you.
Right. Can I connect with it telepathic?
Sure, you can try.
And I just like, do not be alarmed.
Okay.
And like, I know you're there. What's your name?
You don't get any response.
Okay. I go to Ace and I'm like, I narc on this thing. I just point in that space and I'm like, there is a fiend standing right there. It
Yeah.
won't respond. It's rude, therefore it must die.
As you walk over
Can
to
I
Ace,
move my hunter's mark to it?
I believe you have to see the target to
You
move
have
a
to see
hunter's.
it.
I can see it with my heart.
But as Nomad, as you walk over to Ace, you like magically feel this thing right behind you, following you.
Oh, what is this? It's right behind me now.
A new friend.
A new friend. I'm like, yes. So there are several aberrations, last fiends. I feel like maybe they are tieflings. This is what happens when a tiefling is born from an aberration, in which case we should never breed.
You don't know. You can't breathe. It's fine. Okay.
It's true, I cannot. Well, I can make tadpoles once, and I've already done that, so it's fine.
Wait, you've already done that?
Already done that. It happens.
How many children do you have?
I don't know. They ate each other.
Disgusting. What a horrible parent.
We just put them in a birthing pool, and then
Supposed to tell them no.
Well, we can't do that. They need to have their freedom. I don't want to be a cloying parent.
Christ.
A dragon mom, Illithid.
It is the worst when you have a airship parent.
No.
Should we go to evolutions first and, do the whole not go towards the main quest thing?
Do be careful. But also, there is a fiend following me, it seems.
In a bad way or a good way?
Just behind me, like...
Bad way or good way?
I do not know. When fiends follow you, is that good or bad? Shu follows Vasu, and that is not a bad thing.
Yeah, but we go way back.
Could you try speaking Infernal or Abysmal?
Yeah, I say hello in Infernal.
Nomad, you sense that presence immediately teleport to right next to Moat. Moat, you feel that
Oh,
same
it's over
feeling,
there now.
that same feeling that you're being watched, that there's something nearby. And you hear this whisper right up in your ear in Infernal. You killed our mother.
What? Kill the mother?
Was that you whispering or was that the music? I can't tell.
Yeah, I can't tell either.
That was me.
I heard kill the mother or something.
You're whispering too quiet. You gotta do a stage.
Was I supposed to understand it?
Killed our mother.
Yeah, okay.
Kill the mother. Wants us to kill the mother.
Well, all of us are boys except for Elise, so it's obvious that we have to kill Elise.
No, hold on now.
No,
I'm
not that bad.
Don't say that.
I am not that bad of a parent.
I don't know about that.
Can I insight check a disembodied infernal whisper?
I mean, you can try. Give me the insight at disadvantage.
Just like is he trying to trick me kind of check?
He wants something. He's observing all of you. He reacted to the fact that you spoke his language. It's really hard to gauge his intent off of just this so far.
Where is the mother?
She is dead.
Well, that is wildly unhelpful.
You killed her.
Oh, we already killed her.
Oh, the succubus.
Did you kill her?
I don't think so.
Did you kill her?
Did you guys kill something down here?
Guys, yes, oh my god, the bone spurs, the succubus, the mother. Yes, we killed her. Just
this thing begins to apparate one bit at a time. One black nail, black tooth, these two dead fish eyes that stare at you, right in front of you, Moat. And all at once, it extends all of these claws. There are 7 arms. The entire thing slivers on just this horde, this mass of tentacles, but it has a vaguely humanoid upper body, and it looks furious, and it goes straight for you, Moat.
Corvo?
oh no, it's like a really big Varg. Who was the
Oh,
one?
are we doing initiative now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the one who did the finishing blow on Miss Succubus' mom?
I'm pretty sure it was Moat, wasn't it?
It was Mo, because he said
Yeah,
like,
right,
leave your
it
mark when he did it. It was like a whole scene.
Right.
You guys, I'm pretty sure the plant that you guys destroyed up above this was probably the mother.
Do I know enough about fiends to know that when they die, you killed them in the material plane, they don't actually die, they just go back to the, their plane?
We were told that.
I'm pretty sure that's common knowledge to the party at this point, I think.
Yeah.
We didn't kill her, we just sent her back to her room.
She was drunk and a whore,
The worst combination.
so we sent her back
Jesus.
home. We're very, very respectful.
Let me get initiative from Yule, and then I think we're good to go.
That's also the loudest I've ever heard Feck. It's great.
Truly, I like
That was
it
intense.
jumps.
I
That
like
was
it.
scary. I don't want him to ever do it again.
Yeah, I was like, came in and Feck was yelling. I'm like, oh god, what's happening?
I mean, he's just like yelling right beside me. I'm like, oh, what was that?
I loved it.
Alright, Flick, you're up.
Like, I'm right here. Don't
I definitely
yell.
peed a little.
So what is this thing? I came back to you yelling, did you kill her?
Pretty much exactly that.
Oh, we killed Elise, and now he's yelling, do we actually kill
At
And he
least
got mad.
it's a demon queen.
Elise is right there.
No, that's
Demon
fine.
queen.
I'm not gonna kill Elise.
Also, are we supposed to see her magic bar above her?
Yeah, she's...
Always
like-
has magic? She
she-
never burns out?
No.
That seems suspicious.
No, she's currently full.
She's full?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the weird floaty yelly thing, so
She's
So,
she is actually currently full, guys. I've been very careful with her mana.
So
that's
the
why he gave
floaty-
us the second healer. That way
She's
we
level
could add
20, so
Elise
she's been
that
using
stuff.
none of her actual spells. She's been using like level 1 spell. And so she gains back like 50 mana every time she rests.
Alright, as soon as this thing leaps towards Moat, Flick is fast on the gun, just blasts right in with one of these Eldritch Blasts. The other one smacks into the metal door, resonates through the chamber, but the first one does hit.
It's sad because that damage was good.
It was real good on both of them, honestly. In fact, that was max damage on both of them. Alright, anything else?
Dang.
I'm gonna bonus action hide around the corner.
Alright. Vazu.
Okay.
Okay, hang on, just to be clear, flat. That is water. So, like, this is a glass bubble, like a dome, that you're under the lake now. at this point.
Oh,
Yeah. So you could go around the shelf if you wanted to, but it's kind of crowded in here. But you can do that.
I'll go behind the shelf. I think I see it now.
Yep. Sorry, I know this map is really dark. It was quick.
But it's so spooky.
It's okay. It is spooky.
All
Hi,
right.
rogues! Don't forget you can hold your, you can use your bonus action to aim.
Yeah, it's really.
Oh yeah,
fancy.
that's a thing now.
It is a thing.
I should have done that. I'll do that next time.
Vazu.
If we do that for like our one class, we have to do it for both classes then, correct?
What? I mean, the
If I took the new thing for rogue, I'd have to take the new thing for ranger.
no. Also,
So they're variants. You pick them each time you get one of those. You can pick one or the other.
yeah. Also, to be clear, the rogue thing is just a buff. That like the rogue thing is not a choice. It's just a new way to use your cunning action. The ranger thing you have to pick or
Okay.
choose one or the other. But the rogue thing is just a buff.
Gotcha.
But anyway, Vasu's up.
Okay. Not gonna roll for it because otherwise Vasu's not gonna feel as brave as I want him to right now. So Vasu's gonna feel brave and fly a little bit closer. And I'm gonna attack it.
Also, does look frozen.
I paused him.
Woo. 23 does hit for 10 magical piercing.
There's the second one.
13, he you go to swing and he just he like disappears in the gas almost like Nightcrawler, and then reappears after your attack is finished.
He's... Okay, I probably should have looked this up before I started doing the turn, but let's see. Stunning strike. Okay, yeah. So can I retroactively spend a key point on the attack that actually hit to try a stunning strike?
Sure.
Okay. Con save from it then. And my DC is 14, so
He just makes it.
Ah, the rat bastard. Okay, let's see, this is just the bonus attack, unarmed strike then.
12 misses, unfortunately.
So sad. Very, very sad. Okay, that's my turn.
All right. At the end of your turn, he goes invisible.
Ah, fuck!
Motherfucker.
Ace.
Hey, Shu, where's he at? And Shu detects him with his blind sight.
What is the range on that?
I think it's 30 feet.
Owls don't have blind sight.
I was gonna say, I don't think owls do. They have dark vision. I think you're thinking of snakes.
Thinking of
Yeah,
bats.
Yeah, they don't. Never mind. I'm retarded.
It's okay.
Sorry, I can't say that on stream.
It's okay.
Dumb.
It's okay. It's a
I'm
game
small
word.
brain.
When we grew up, it wasn't a
Alright, I
game
guess
word,
I'll-
and now we know.
Oops, here. I can't. I'm assuming now I can't mark him. But I
he's
still
not
have
a
one of
visible
my-
target.
Fine. So instead, I will just shoot my attacks at him. They both have advantage, so
Yep, that will cancel out.
which means I get no sneak attack, which is fine.
You do. It cancels out, and he is still next to Moat, so you do get sneak.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's just a miss. And so is that.
What?
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Man. All right.
Okay, then I'm gonna bonus action. I guess. Ooh, I can bonus action hide now. I'll bonus action hide behind Yule.
So you can only hide behind another creature if you're a halfling.
Also, is it dark in here or is there light in here?
I'm gonna say it's dim light on the outer ring and dark in the center.
Shu
I
is
will
carrying
move-
a boat's torch,
Yeah.
though.
Oh yeah.
I will move behind Nomad and hide behind him, and also if I can be in fine, I'll move over here then. I'll
Sure.
hide behind this wall. If I'm in darkness, things with dark vision don't actually get an advantage to see me.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's right. You've got the Gloomstalker thing. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Stealth check.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check, sure. Woo, that's a
Is that-
real good stealth
Is
check.
that what's that work? Is that good?
You feel like you're very well hidden.
I am invisible.
The torch's bright light.
Yeah, so I forgot Yule is carrying the bright light torch, so it's pretty bright.
That
over
Yule's shoe.
there. Or shoe, right.
I'm behind a wall.
You want me to turn this thing off?
Oh.
Nomad.
Oh boy.
Never mind. Moat, you're up.
Oh, okay.
Lord,
That's unsettling.
very.
Well, fuck. I guess I will just hold my action for if it appears within my melee range.
Alright, sounds good. Gale.
Alright, I don't have any idea where this thing is, right?
You saw it disappear over there just like a split second ago. It's hard to say if it's still there. Actually, Nomad would know it's still there, because he has detect
Would you like
evil.
for me to point it out?
Yeah, Nomad can call out very quickly. It's still in that spot. It's just invisible.
When he calls out, he just screams like, "It's still there!" Right? Like it's like he doesn't telepathically do it, so he does it really awkwardly.
Oh,
Right?
that's a good point. Yeah, if he wants to tell everyone all at once, he has to do it out loud.
Alright. I shoot it.
All right, fire away. You just turn and kind of point in roughly the right direction, and you do hear shrieking as the first one seems to catch something.
Is it
And
me
the
shrieking?
second. Pack tactics.
That's right. It cancels out. That means the 24 also hits.
Dang, pack tactics is so good.
Yeah, you guys watch as just from nowhere, little bits of this like gassy vapor spray out the back of these two shots, and bits of streaking black blood kind of hit the glass behind.
And I'm just gonna hang out right here. My turn.
All right, Yule. There's an invisible thing down there.
Do I see it?
No, but you can tell that it's there because lots of people are hitting it. It's in the very bottom left corner.
Okay. I'm gonna step up. And what is behind it?
So
Technically, like what's on the wall?
Yeah, so it is a big metal door, similar to the other ones that you've seen in here. And above that door, in blue carved out runes, is the undercommon word for evolution.
Gotcha. Is the door locked or?
It's closed. It's hard to say if it's locked. It opens out towards you, though.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
Oh, right.
It's got one way to go if it wants to go somewhere.
Oh, are you kidding me? What? Okay, alright. Woo!
Beautiful.
Okay. Interesting. Alright. You feel the spell connect. And you immediately hear this terrible wailing. It's not the one that you've heard before. It's just sort of a plain humanoid kind of shrieking noise. Anything else on your turn?
No.
Alright, at the end of your turn, Nomad, you sense this thing simply vanish from its space.
Just vanish?
Just
or does it
vanish. The door doesn't open, you don't sense it moving. It just seems to leave the space that it was in, and you don't detect it anymore within range of your spell.
It is no longer within 30 feet.
What's your DC, Yule?
I don't know, what is it?
It should be on your spell.
15.
15, okay. To not waste a whole bunch of time, you guys get a full round of this thing being afraid of you to ready your actions. So if anybody's doing anything other than readying an action for when it shows up, let me know right now.
I want to step up in front of Moat so that when it reappears, it can't appear next to Moat.
Alright.
I can't hold like a variable action, can I? Like can I ready to attack it melee if it appears in reach range, but attack it with a firebolt if it doesn't, or do I have to choose one or the other?
Because it's a cantrip, I'll let you do that. Normally you have to invest the spell slot if you're readying a spell.
Okay.
But because it's a cantrip and because Yule bought everybody like a full round to prepare, I'll let you do it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do that then. I'll kind of back myself into this corner here. I'll have Shu come over. Sorry, I probably should do that on my actual initiative.
It's all good. We kind of just fast forwarded through stuff.
So we need it to show up right here so that I can smite it and we can use Vasu's thing and level it up.
Yeah.
Alright, everybody kind of readies. I just assume you ready like an attack.
My
like
readied
cantrip or
action
something.
is to point out where it is in case it's invisible.
Good call, good call. Okay. Let's see if it makes it another round.
I'm gonna toss like a psychic dagger at the area it appears at. It's like a laser pointer.
Alright, some more time passes. Eventually, everything goes quiet. It's real tense. There are a few times where you swear you hear breathing, and you swear you see eyes looking at you through this thick, murky glass from the lake beyond. But Nomad reassures you it's not back yet, it's not back yet, it's not back yet, until, eventually, all at once, he calls out, "It's back." And he points right to the center of the room. It appears to be invisible, but Nomad, you can sense it basically right between Elise and Nordo. And everybody can basically throw an attack at it at disadvantage.
Except Gale, who has regular attack.
Am I hidden
Um,
with a 27?
let me double check. You are.
Sorry, I had to.
Am I hitting
Sorry, I
with
had
my
to step
21?
So I do normal then.
Yep, just normal.
No
So I
sneak
step
attack or sneak
away.
attack?
Yeah, Gale.
here, right?
Instead of readying an attack, would I have been able to ready my grovel cower bag?
Ooh. Sure. That doesn't have a site requirement or anything, does it?
I don't
I don't
believe
think it
so.
does.
It just says nearby foes.
Okay, sick. So as soon as this thing reappears, Gale does something to distract it. What do you do to distract it?
This thing is fiendish in nature, so I just start reading scripture.
You
have scripture.
Gale,
Do I get sneak attack or no?
you do. So everybody, you're getting advantage from Gale that cancels out the disadvantage, so you're making regular attacks, and Nordo's next to it to trigger sneak, so yeah. Oh my god, this thing is just gonna die, isn't it? Alright, throw all that damage out. Everybody hit me with your attacks and stuff.
Wait,
I did
where's it at? Is
shitty
it above
damage.
Nordo
It's in
or
the
below
very,
Nordo?
it's in the very center of the room, like between Elise and Nordo. And it's not that tall in
Okay.
this room. It's only like an 8-foot tall ceiling.
My action was to point it out because none of my spells could hit it.
Yep.
I could throw a dagger at it.
So we got hit, miss. Anyone else? Who else has attacks?
I didn't see what space it actually appeared in.
That's right in the
Didn't
middle
do
of the room.
firebolt.
Yeah, it'd be a firebolt for you.
Okay. I already
Oh,
did it
yeah.
then. 18
Also-
before.
You have to roll another d10 because we're level.
Oh yeah, your cantrips
Oh.
went up.
Yeah.
Ooh, your firebolt just got twice as good.
2d10 now.
Let's see. Did we get an attack from Nordo? Elise is
18
in.
for 11.
Oh right, Nordo's already in there. Moat, you guys were super prepared. I'll let you do a 5-foot step if you want to do an attack to get over to it.
Perfect.
Okay, if we're super prepared, can I do a 5-foot
Yeah, that's
step?
fine. I'll
Maybe
undo
mine's
you.
two attacks.
I'll undo the firebolt and let you do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you will buy you
And
guys
it's just
a
regular.
good, 20 seconds to prepare. It was a lot of time.
Regular roll, right?
Yep, regular roll because Gale is helping. Oh,
Ooh,
that's some crits.
ooh. Do I get the bonus action too? Or no?
Not on a readied action.
That's still very good.
That is. Moat, unfortunately, 16 does not hit. Which is the worst news in the entire world.
It really is.
Shame. That's some good smites too.
I just want to do it to an enemy that's close to Vasu. I just have to see it happen.
Right.
Let's see what it looks like.
Okay, all of the readied actions go off as this thing reappears, but it does live long enough to get a turn, despite that disgusting setup.
Did Elise do anything?
Elise did swing, and she hit with the scimitar right there.
Oh, okay, sorry.
As it reappears and it gets dogpiled, it does lash out with 4 tentacles. One at Yule, who enabled that whole thing. One at Gale, who is reading scripture. One at Flick, and one at Moat.
You can't attack me because I'm reading scripture.
Alright, so...
Can you reach that far? 10? Oh my god.
he had to run up to do the grovel.
Oh.
It's kind of a tight room. So it looks like miss on Yule, hit on Gale, hit on Flick, miss on Moat. If you're hit, you are also grappled, restrained, and pulled 5 feet closer to this thing, which is totally not a Balanath. It's a fish-eyed shred demon. God damn it. Okay, that is the end of its turn, and that brings it to Nomad's turn.
This displeases me. I see it like doing this and pulling my friends closer, and I'm just like, let it go.
Oh,
Oh, it's not. It doesn't have good insights.
oh no, it sure doesn't. Let's see what else happens. This thing takes damage, and the next time it makes a save, it has to subtract a d4. Alright, you hear this thing howling out in pain as you connect with its simple, simple mind. Anything else?
No.
Alright, at the end of your turn, who did it get? It got Flick and Gale. Wait, what's both of you? Oh, we can do both of you. It just has to do it one at a time. Perfect. Okay. This is going to be on Flick. Flick, it pulls you close. It holds your jaw up and brings its brings your neck right up to its face, revealing this row of shark-like black teeth. And it tries to chomp down.
Oh, there you go again.
Oh, I think that's a miss.
It is.
19 damage though.
Yeah. You are restrained, so that was a 13, but I think 13 still misses.
Still misses, yeah.
Alright, that brings it to Nordo's turn. You see this thing is now looking over to Gale.
Alright, I am just going to wail on it. It will be reckless and... Yeah, that's it. Just reckless. And I'll do flurry of blows too.
Alright.
Actually, no flurry. Just 2 reckless attacks.
You want to try stunning it?
Woo!
I wish I could. I'm monk 2, yo.
He's
Don't
not
have-
enough of a monk.
Do you not get that too?
No, not yet.
You get it at monk
monk
5.
Oh
Yeah.
shoot!
12 misses, 20 hits though for 8. It is still up.
That's all I got.
Alright, at the end of your turn, it's going to try to take a chomp out of Gale.
Oh no!
Oh,
Gale!
23.
Holy shit. That's a lot of damage.
May I use my reaction? Actually, yeah, may I use my reaction?
Possibly. What do you want to do with it?
What's your reaction?
My channel divinity, the one that gives him a bonus to his AC. I don't know if it'll help, but
Ooh, yeah. Hit me with that. I don't remember how that works.
Oh, 5.
Sick. Does that make it a miss?
this is a really high hit.
23 is pretty damn high. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a long shot, but I had to try.
I haven't heard Drayton in a while, actually.
Sorry,
There's-
dealing with the
Also, where is he on the map?
He's
He's
under
under Yule.
I am also dead as fuck.
Gotcha. I assume your AC is lower than 19.
Yeah. I think it's 14 or 15.
Why are you so easy to hit?
Because I like playing easily hit characters.
Stop playing glass cannons.
I'm not even glass cannon. I'm just kind of a shitty character.
I'm so lucky I didn't get hit.
I was gonna say that would like knock the fuck out of Yule.
Why are you all so squishy and easy to hit? I'm a
sorry
monk
that
and I
I'm
have
only-
20 AC.
Plays
I'm sorry
Vasu,
that
who took
I'm
all the good
only
stats.
allowed to have 11. And also taking bad stats.
Excuse me, I took all the good stats because I rolled all the good stats. You're welcome.
Alright, Elise is gonna panic and reach out towards Gale. You do get max healing from this. Which is like almost that anyway. It's 18 health.
That puts me at 4.
How much of her magic bar goes down?
This much. Watch closely.
Well, that's normal.
Alright, Flick is up. Flick, you are
So,
currently grappled and restrained by this thing.
Restrained? Can
Yeah.
I do anything?
You can attack with disadvantage, or you can try to break free, or you can cast a spell. Oh, notably, also, you were dragged through those bones and spurs. I can't forget about that. Those are important.
What was that about bones?
Yeah,
And spurs?
So Flick, you
Cut
also
out
took Flick. You took 3 piercing damage as you were dragged through those bones and spurs.
Oh.
Okay.
But you're up.
I'll just attempt to attack it with disadvantage, because I guess I can.
All right.
You could aim and cancel it. You can't move anyway.
Oh, that's a good point, Mo. Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to waste it.
Yeah, sorry.
21 does still hit for 8. And that is just enough. As this thing is distracted trying to chow down on Gale, it turns its neck, and you can see right at its jawline there's this weird exposed bit of gill. And you jam the sword in, and there is just this gout of black that starts to bubble up into smoke, and all at once, very quickly, the whole thing just disappears into smoke. And Nomad, you can sense that it is gone.
Right, it went back to hell.
I have an
Yeah.
important question. Where's Toto?
On the surface because he couldn't get down.
Okay, so he could have went down the stairwell with
He can't
Elise
get down
and
the hole.
Moat. He could have went down the stairwell with Moat and Elise.
The stairs are open
Well,
now.
he's still up there.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I was like, I know that he ascended to godhood or something last time apparently.
Yeah,
So
he's dealing with his ascension at the moment.
okay,
That really shitty
I
cure
just wanted
wounds
to
is
make
for
sure
you.
that I just wanted
Oh.
to make sure he didn't actually like die.
No, he's still okay.
Amazing.
What fuck was that thing?
It was a
Uh,
ghost demon.
Some kind of demon.
I believe it was related to the succubus that we killed. A child, perhaps.
It did keep asking about its mom.
Well, you send it back to its mom.
True.
I'm just
So,
out here doing the Lord's work.
I step outside this bubble.
Okay, so that is a glass, like you're inside of a terrarium, like that's all water out there. You're under the lake. This is like an
How do we
underwater
get-
chamber.
So there's words outside of the glass bubble.
So those words are written there because I had to put them somewhere, but they're actually above these doors.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes a lot more sense
Sorry.
than everything else. Cool. All right. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna shoot these bones first, because I don't want to step on them again.
Yes, I'd like to help with that.
Yeah, you guys can take a second and kind of just like push them all up to the edges and out of the way a little bit.
Do I see Crybaby outside?
Give me a perception check.
Do I get an advantage if I go Crybaby?
You can do that if you'd like. It does not impact your roll. As you take a look around, it's real murky. You can see little bits of sun rays that are just barely peeking all the way down here. You can see little bits of just wildlife that is lit up by what looks like little magical lights just outside of the glass. As you look around, you can see that there is over in this direction, over to the left, another underwater chamber, like a bubble or whatever. And to the right, you can see that there's kind of just like a cliff or a rocky face of some sort.
Or
You don't really see anything unusual. You see wildlife, but nothing that looks strange to you, just like frogs and fish and snakes.
so since I'm not hindered by difficult terrain, I can see through murky water, right?
I don't know if that's exactly how that works.
It's not. It can't hinder me. It's in the
Are-
rules.
Are your eyes hindered by difficult terrain?
Apparently, they shouldn't. That's that. It just says I am not hindered.
Do you have Merc
Overall.
vision? If you have Merc vision, then you can see through it.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Oh,
you can't.
I don't have Merc vision. Darn it. So do we go to evolution? Let's go to evolution. It sounds a lot more safer than aberration.
Let's go to
Does it?
Aberration because it's desecrated, and if we deal with that first, we won't have a bunch of demons sneaking up on us while we explore Evolution.
Fine. Only because you have a point.
I open the door to Aberration.
All right, you are immediately overwhelmed with the smell of blood and decay, and also this strange red light. Let me reveal some things, and then we'll go from there.
Can I like hold my action for when I walk through the door to Huntress mark the first demon I see?
Sure, kind of, yeah.
Sure, kind of, yeah.
That's a thing you can do, sure.
Yeah, you're still concentrating on Hunter's Mark, right?
I haven't been hit yet.
Yeah, you can
So,
just transfer
yeah.
it over then.
Oh wow, that's really hellish looking. I don't like the bone spurs, guys. Can we like flatten them?
All right, where
Bone spurs are my weakness.
So you're greeted by this dim red light, and it fills the mostly empty stone chamber. The light seems to be coming from several of these little, just like dancing globules of dim red light that are kind of hovering in place like candles, just in the middle of the air, kind of hanging mostly towards the walls of the room. There's a strong smell of death, but it's heavily masked by the smell of iron, a mix of blood that is both ancient and caked onto the walls and recent and glistening, a little bit of both. There's a stone wall that stands just at the end of the short hallway, and attached to that stone wall you see that there are several of these foggy glass cases, kind of like terrariums or aquariums, some of them filled with dirt, others that have been like stained by long evaporated water, and almost all of them either splintered or shattered or opened or broken, having released whatever they used to contain a long time ago. The entire outer wall of this chamber against the back looks like it used to be carved into some sort of a mural, but most of that mural's details have been faded away, and more quickly than natural compared to the rest of the stuff in here. You almost get the sense that it has been intentionally sanded smooth or defiled. And as you look a little more closely, you can see that there are recent carvings that have been carved over the old mural of just twisted, laughing faces, horned heads, and spiked tails. Likewise, you can also see that there are words carved across the top of this mural in Undercommon. But a lot of these words have been repeatedly defiled with blood that has been smeared in front of them, and then Infernal written above them, which once again a couple of you can understand. Almost as if they were mocking or correcting the original message above the mural. Finally, the stone floor, the smooth stone, there's a couple of steps that go down about 5 or 6 feet, but then all on the lower chamber you can see that there are patterns of dried blood. There's these arcane sigils and conjuration runes that are kind of similar to the ones that you saw in Coyburn's cave. But then at the very center of all these glyphs is a stone table, worn down with time like the other ones that you've seen throughout the facility. It's not entirely clear what its new purpose is, but it is caked in years and years of blood. And has runes carved or drawn on it in blood as well. And it is littered with more of those same scratches that you saw, Nordo, as are most of the walls in this room.
How about the footprints that I saw? Do those continue this way?
They do. There's lots of traffic kind of coming in and out of this room.
I remember these, and I look at the table. This was where the mother was getting impregnated and birthing the bone spurred things.
I'm sorry, what?
Huh?
Do you not remember our encounter back with the maze eye person?
The succubus, the one that was in the cave that Flick's head started turning into a demon that tried to escape.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I remember. What does that have to do with the mother?
The mother was a
is the
succubus. Because she gave birth to other demons by sleeping with
Okay.
men.
But how did you say this looks familiar? It's completely
There was a
different
table.
The bone spurs and the sigils on the ground.
Okay, so it's similar, not familiar.
The guy
It
literally
is familiar.
mentioned the mother.
I thought the same thing. I was like, wait, Nomad has been here? What the fuck? Are we about
It's
to find out?
familiar. But also, I have visions. Don't ask me questions.
Okay, so I recognized the succubus sigil last time and went back and destroyed it. Does this look presumably like the same situation?
It looks pretty similar, yeah. Give me an Arcana check to see if it's like the exact same sigil.
May
Okay,
I?
now listen.
You can.
Performance.
You can give me
Even though you won't make us level 6, and I've been begging for it so I can have expertise.
You guys are getting real close. It's probably going to be after
There.
this session. As you look them over, Moat, they look real similar. They look like almost exactly the same. Nomad, these are all hogwash. They're totally fake. These are shams. They're quick shams. They're made to look very evil, like conjuration runes, but none of the runes make sense. It's not written in any of the proper language. A lot of the glyphs are just totally wrong. And as you're kind of studying them, you notice that a couple of the runes kind of move around and coagulate, and then reshape as soon as you make eye contact.
Irritation. This is all complete bullshit. These things here are probably made of the same blood things, the fiend aberration. We should stay away and start attacking from a distance. Just in case.
Start attacking the runes?
Do you see how they move around?
Do I see them move around?
I said, do any of us see them moving around?
Give me perception checks.
Classic. Nope, nothing here. Let's move on.
Oh my god, guys. Delightful. Nordo, for no particular reason, give me a wisdom saving throw. And Vossen.
What do my special eyes see from way back? What kind? Wait, what? What am I doing?
Do a wisdom saving throw.
Do I have to?
Yeah, you do.
If I voluntarily make my perception check lower, do I still have to make a save? Whatever, I'll just do it.
In theory, yeah.
Whatever. I rolled it.
Okay.
The deed is done. I hate this. Thoroughly spooked.
Sick. Nordo, you definitely notice that as you kind of look around, each time you scan over a new rune, you see little bubbles of it kind of flatten themselves back out. Like this is something this is another one of those weird oozy things trying to pass itself off for one of these glyphs. Vasu, everything looks totally normal to you. In fact, it kind of looks nice.
No, it does not.
It just kind of feels warm and inviting over there. You don't have to come in if you don't want, but it's real spooky out there.
We established that Vasu really doesn't want to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You
So,
do whatever makes you comfortable.
Does Vasu count as an enemy within 5 feet of Vasu?
So this looks like the same sort of ooze that was pretending to be Moat.
Kinda, yeah. When that thing poked a little bubble up, it looked similar to that fake Moat.
And we were able to fight and kill that thing, right?
It seemed like it.
Hitting it.
It seemed to, especially the Eldritch Blast really seemed to hurt it a lot. Eventually it got really charred up by his fire strike. That seemed to cook it real good.
You see it too, right? I'm not the only one.
Yes, I see what you're talking about. It's the same thing that was masquerading as Moat earlier. Do we want to try to kill it, or do we just leave it? What do we need from this place?
I mean, we can't just leave it.
They know we're here. They will attack us like the other one. They may even take our own shapes.
Yeah, I suppose that would be bad.
Like I said,
just leave it
familiar.
here.
Yeah, it's just some blood. Let's fuck this shit up.
I have a bad feeling there's more to it than just that, but I suppose we can try.
Come on, this is what I do. We got this.
If you say so.
I do admire your confidence, Mode. It is delicious.
It's a puddle of blood. What's the worst that can happen?
Nordo, give me another wisdom save.
This is gonna be so bad.
I said from a distance, come on!
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. For the
is-
record, before I step all the way away from my keyboard and can't talk, I'm staying far the fuck away from this thing if I can.
Sure.
Is
Just
this a charm
fireball it.
effect?
It's fine.
It is not.
Can I push the bone spurs out of the way as I go so we don't step on them?
Yeah, you guys, like, when you're out of combat, you can kind of push them to the side. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Good to know.
They're my weakness.
Following Moat's lead, I'm going to just take my quarter. I'm not going to do the quarterstaff, just unarmed. I'm just going to like stomp on some of this.
I will cast Bless on me, Flick, and Nordo.
Okay.
I'm also still holding to cast Hunter's Mark on the first demon, or I guess enemy I see is probably a proper terminology.
All right. Yeah, you start smacking, and as you do, like there's this weird squelching noise and a little bit of this tiny shriek. And sure enough, you watch as these little droplets of blood kind of coagulate under your feet and start to like scurry away and get away from you as you start stomping on it. And there are little bits there that you have stomped successfully. And they seem to just be kind of like dead under your foot. This just mushy, gooey, partially coagulated blood. But the rest of it starts to like move away from you. And you can see that it is all kind of slithering together. And at this point, all of the runes throughout the entire room start to converge at the center. Flick throws an Eldritch Blast. Okay. Double check. It seems to catch a big spray of one of the runes as it starts to shift towards the center of the room. And you do watch as...
Could I firebolt it?
From back there, sure, there's going to be a lot of cover, but you can go for it.
I guess I would have had to declare an action for it beforehand, but here it is anyway.
Even with cover, yeah. So as soon as that
Here's the
firebolt
thing.
goes rocketing down the hall, everybody who is in the room suddenly notice that all of this blood immediately turns into this like ferromagnetic spiky pattern, and it shirks away from this streaking fire that cuts through the room, and all at once, very, very rapidly, like it is suddenly in a very urgent, panicked state, it grows and grows and grows into this big red mass at the center of the table.
Gross.
And you can see it pops out from its two sides, these two long arms, and all over the middle droplet of its main body, you see eyes form, and mouths, and noses that are upside down, and gills in weird places, fins that don't belong. And it begins to pull itself towards you, crawling across the ground, Nordo. And I think this is probably where we should pick up next week. Unless you guys want to try to fit around in.
I'm okay with
Question.
waiting for next week. I am so tired.
Yeah.
Do we level up now, or are we going to level up after we fight this thing?
You guys do level up, and you can level up before this fight starts. Again, if you
Okay, yeah, let's wait for next week because I need to decide what I'm gonna do.
all right, if you guys gain health, you will get whatever new health that you got. The same is true for mana, so you'll get a couple of mana when you level up. Stuff like that.
Praise be.
Excellent.
I'm a real monk
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I think I need to at least get to level 6 monk before I start considering multi-classing because this is when I get elemental disciplines. But with all that cool new shit that came out, I'm also considering warlock a lot more.
Ooh.
I don't know, guys. I don't know if I should multi-class again.
Warlocks are sick.
Right? And then I could have real spell slots.
I just got the tome
kind
of protection on. I just got the tome of protection on my character, and only half the party signed my book. They were like, "What's this?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It'll be good." And they're like, "We don't trust you. Are we signing our souls over?" So half the party's safe. The other half is not.
It's fine. It just means that I'm more likely to get affected by it than they are.
Who knows, man?
That and Spicy. Spicy's safe. Spicy's name's in the book now.
You erased Spicy's name.
Yeah.
That's
You did
because
already.
Spicy didn't write it in there, and Spicy's already dead.
Be nice to Spicy. Spicy's not
Calling someone
away.
dead is not mean. It's just factual.
He is corporeally challenged. He's
First off, he was a bean. Second off, he died and his soul is stuck in an expensive ring that we gave to his husband.
what is death really, though?
Well, as as someone who serves the Raven Queen, I feel like I know more about it than you guys do.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
no,
but
my
we've
God.
all dealt with bean death the same amount as you have.
I hate
So
that
unless the
man.
Raven Queen knows about bean death, then
Oh, she does. She knows a thing or
Okay.
two. Okay, I'm getting off. I have to go to sleep. I'm tired and dying.
All right, later, dude.
Godspeed.
Goodbye.
Later.
Later.
oh man, I can get second level spells maybe.
Oh snap!
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Guys,